Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Return of Ellie Black, a novel by Emiko Jean. Read by Mizuo Peck and Tessa Albertson, with Nicole Lewis, Rebecca Lohman, Joy Osmansky, Angel Peen, Sean Taylor Corbett, Aaron Ruth Walker, and C.J. Wilson.
Prologue. This is how it begins, with a girl running through a forest, her veins tight with adrenaline. She exhales in short, even bursts. There's dirt under her fingernails, fresh mud stains on her jeans, blood on her sweatshirt, and vomit on her breath. Soon she will be home. Images surface. The one stoplight on Main Street, the chipped green shutters of her house, the weathered flooring of her father's commercial fishing boat. In the distance, a horn blares and she ducks, covering her ears, the sound slicing through her skull like an anguished scream. The world shrinks and becomes abstract, too colorful and too bright. The horn recedes and the trees slowly refocus. She counts her breaths as her heartbeat steadies. 1, 2, 3. Then she counts her steps. 4, 5, 6. How many will it take for someone to find her? 7, 8, 9. Her bones are heavy, her feet tired. She's traveled a long distance. Her shadow stretches ahead of her as if she's chasing it. Come and catch me. 10, 11, 12. Her body wavers. Maybe she should sit down. 13, 14, 15. She pushes herself to keep going. The sun rises higher behind the gray clouds. The air smells of pine and resin, like water and moss, like life itself. Hey! Are you all right? A pair of hikers, father and son, appear, rounding the corner of the trail. They wear overstuffed backpacks, rolled sleeping bags at the top, a pot hanging from the bottom of one, 2 metal cups from the other. The girl slows her pace and draws closer to them. 16, 17, 18. The father places an arm across his son's chest to shield him from the girl, and she falters, caught in the chokehold of their gazes. The son's eyes are brown with tiny flecks of gold, and they remind her of someone she used to know. Her mind tumbles and trips back in time. Tell me, what would you do for someone you love? Anything. I would do anything. The father clears his throat. Miss, are you all right? He studies her. She imagines what he sees. Filthy skin, tangled hair, bony body, blood-stained sweatshirt. She is something the world has chewed up and spit out. The son's nose twitches. Miss, the father says with more force this time. He takes a single, tentative step toward her. The girl licks her dry, cracked lips and works to keep her voice steady as she answers. Yes? Are you all right? The father asks again. The girl blinks, shakes her head, stares into nothing. No, I don't think I am. What's your name? My name? Who is she? What has she become? A vessel. To be carried. To be kept. To be filled. Yes. What's your name? The father drags the words out. The girl hesitates. Her name is stuck somewhere inside of her. Down in the deep, deep dark where she hid it. To be safe. Don't remember. Never forget. She squares her shoulders and reaches for it. Elizabeth, she says on a whoosh of breath. She has not spoken those 4 syllables in forever. Her name. Her real name. The name her mother picked because it was classic and royal and carried all her hopes and dreams for her daughter. College, career, a family, happiness. Once the girl had worn her name proudly, like a crown. Once, someone whispered her name back to her, love on their tongue. With a final twist, the girl wrenches her whole name free. My name is Elizabeth Black. I think I'm missing.
Chapter 1. Chelsey wakes to her phone ringing. No. Her husband, Noah, groans. Make it stop. The mattress squeaks as he shifts away from her. Rising on an elbow, Chelsey fumbles for her phone on the nightstand. It's a little after midnight. She silences the ringer and peers at the screen. It's work. Somebody better be dead, Noah mutters. Chelsey smiles at Noah's wry sense of humor. She is a police officer, a detective. Most likely, somebody is dead. Detective Calhoun, she answers, switching on the light and moving to the edge of the mattress, a shiver racing up her spine. Spring in Coldwell Beach is always frigid. Summer, too. Residents are lucky if there are a few days above 65 degrees. This stretch of coastline in Washington is situated between two rocky bluffs and is known for its temperamental weather. Lewis and Clark marked it on their map as uninhabitable. Chelsey. It's her boss, Sergeant Abbott. She no longer blinks when he uses her first name. It doesn't matter that he addresses her male counterparts by their last names. Doesn't matter at all. Got a call. A girl's been found. Sergeant Abbott waits for a beat. She identified herself as Elizabeth Black. At this, Chelsey does blink. Ellie Black. Alive? It's been 2 years. She stands abruptly and switches the phone to speaker. Noah flicks on his bedside lamp. A gold chain with 2 pendants hangs from his neck. 21, his old basketball number, and a saint medallion. Chelsey doesn't remember which. Some spiritual warrior in the battle of good versus evil. What? He sits up and scratches at his beard. She presses a finger to her lips and then fishes a pen and paper from the nightstand drawer while Abbott rattles off information. Hikers in the Capitol State Forest found Ellie Black. He gives her their phone numbers. Ellie has been transported to Legacy Memorial. No word yet on her condition. Chelsey Googles the location. Olympia, 2 hours southeast of Coldwell. I want you at the hospital. I'm on my way. She yanks on her jeans. I've got Douglas heading toward the trail she was found on. A slow, hot pause. Douglas. Sergeant Abbott's son. She's known him since they were children. Both their dads were cops. Chelsey's had been higher ranking, the police chief. And Doug's dad, still a uniform, not yet a sergeant, not yet Chelsey's boss. Doug is a couple years older than Chelsey. He fucked around for a few years before following in his father's footsteps. Abbott recently promoted his son to detective, same as Chelsey, though she'd logged more hours. Chelsey had no problem with it. Really, they rarely cross turfs anyway. She works in family services and Doug in narcotics. She flashes back to one of the precinct picnics, back when they'd been young, when Lydia, Chelsey's sister, had been alive. Doug had been in a group of boys making fun of Chelsey, asked if she'd arrived in a bento box. Chelsey was adopted, full Japanese. The rest of her family was fair-haired and milk-skinned. Even now, 30-plus years later, the memory is visceral. Watermelons spoiling in her stomach. Clouds covering the sun. Laughter bleeding away to tears shed quietly under an oak. After that, Chelsey walked with her neck bent, gaze pointed at the ground. A boyfriend once made fun of her for it, mimicking how she stooped. Chelsey has come a long way since then. Still, she remembers Doug, her ex-boyfriend, and other people like them in the world, as arms trying to hold her down. Chelsey, you there? She swallows twice. I'm here. If this is Ellie Black, I want the guy responsible found. I want an arrest, and I want it soon. Chelsey bristles against the command, but pushes the feeling away. Got it. She punches her arms through her shirt, keeping the phone in one hand. Media's gonna be all over this, he continues. They're going to be watching closely. I will be too. No mistakes. I'll keep you posted. Do, he says. Chelsey hangs up, finishes dressing, and ties her hair back in a tight, low ponytail. Shoes. Where are her shoes? Did I hear right? Ellie Black has been found? Noah follows her through the apartment. It is a nice place. Temporary. The walls are white. The ceiling popcorn. A couch. A dining table. Mostly Noah's stuff, including 2 framed Battlestar Galactica posters, one with a fist raised to the air with the words, "So say we all," underneath, and another a silhouette of a beautiful woman, a Cylon, that states, "Never forget who the enemy is." Chelsey and Noah are both sci-fi geeks. Hasn't been verified yet, she tells Noah. It doesn't happen often, but there has been a time or two over the course of Chelsey's career when someone came forward, professing to be a missing child, all in the hopes of defrauding some grief-stricken parents out of their money. Ellie's parents mortgaged their house to offer a $50,000 reward a few weeks after Ellie disappeared. The timing isn't right for fraud, though. Ellie hasn't been gone long enough to be physically unrecognizable. 2 years, 2 weeks, and 1 day to be exact. Chelsey keeps a calendar with the anniversary marked. Jesus, what are the chances? Noah pauses by the fireplace. On the mantel are photographs. One of Noah in a cap and gown the day he graduated with his master's in education. Another of him and his family at the rodeo. Parents and all 6 kids in jeans and cowboy hats. A wedding picture from the courthouse where he and Chelsey eloped. And last, one of Chelsey as a teen, head to toe in camo, rifle slung over her shoulder, dead deer at her feet. Her first kill. Her years at Coldwell High School had been filled with buckshot, stripping hide, and using a compass to navigate home. Chelsey crosses the room to the kitchen, where remnants of the curry they had for dinner still spice the air. A safe sits atop the laminate counter. She spins the dial. Nestled inside are her gun and holster. Noah rubs the back of his neck. He's uncomfortable with firearms, even though he grew up on a farm, shooting coyotes on the weekends. Even though he married a detective. I guess we won't be looking at houses tomorrow. He scoops her keys from the counter and hands them to her. She fists the keys. Sorry. The apology is half-hearted. They dated for 1.5 years, have been married for a little over 6 months, and searching for a house since then. A place to settle down. Chelsey has found something wrong with each property. It's all right, I get it. But disappointment lingers in his eyes. When you're married to a cop, there are hundreds of you in the relationship. You, him, and all his cases. Their families. Chelsey's mom used to say. I don't know when I'll be able to reschedule, she says. He scratches his brow. Don't worry about it. Again, a flicker in his expression. Is he tiring of this dance? Chelsey stepping back while he's stepping in? When they met, it had been the same way. Noah chasing Chelsey. Pete's had been crowded that night 2 years ago. It was the eve of Chelsey's promotion to detective. Ellie Black would disappear the next day. Cops pounded her on the back, offering congratulations, asking to buy her a beer, but she'd refused. She'd already stayed too long. Noah bellied up to the bar, squeezing in next to her. I'm Noah, he introduced himself. I just finished my master's in education. I'm subbing at the high school but looking for something full-time. Chelsey was always suspicious of someone who gave too much information. I want to teach gym, physical education, he shouted over the noise. Chelsey signaled Tim, the bartender, for her tab. Noah pressed a hand against his chest as if offended. You're leaving? Was it the gym teacher part? Nope. Nothing against teachers, Chelsey said, scribbling her name on the check. Tim slipped a plastic bag of takeout in front of her. "Tell the chief I said hi," he said, eyeing Noah. She thanked Tim, then slid her gaze to Noah. "I have to get dinner to my dad." Her father was midway through chemo and sicker than a dog, crankier than a donkey. Almost everything tasted like metal to him. He could only stomach hot wings and Sour Patch Kids. She shoved her way through the bodies, Noah on her heels. "Let me come with you," he'd said outside, breath fogging in the evening spring air, hands jammed into his pockets. She paused and leveled him with a stare. "I'm flattered, but I'm not interested in dating right now. My job is busy. My dad has cancer." She waited for the C word to do its work, scare Noah off. He puffed up with a smile. "Let me come with you," he repeated. "I'll help." She scoffed. "Does it look like I need help?" "Nope. But those are usually the people who need the most help." She did not want to like him. "You got some weird kind of savior syndrome?" "Only when it comes to pretty girls." He grinned then, white teeth flashing against his beard. "Fine." She let him come with her, made him leave his car and drove them both, making sure her gun was visible. He whistled low when he saw the house. "Nice place," he said, peering up at the gabled roof. "Come on." She unlocked the door. Her dad was on the couch. Homeland on the television. "Who the hell are you?" her dad whistled out, seeing Noah. All his hair was gone, his cheeks sunken in, and his skin pallid. An oxygen tank rested nearby, the nose cannula discarded on a rose-colored cushion. Her mom had loved that couch. "Dad," she chided, "you're supposed to be wearing this." She fitted the hose back around his head. "I asked a question," her father ground out. "This is Noah. He followed me home." Her dad refused to shake Noah's hand. "Cancer, huh?" Noah said, dropping his arms back to his side. "The farm I grew up on, we had a horse with cancer. She liked these CBD pills the vet prescribed. Maybe that'll help." "You comparing me to a horse boy?" Chelsey didn't try to intervene. She waited to see how Noah would handle it, if he would ask for a ride back to the bar. She kept her coat on. "No, sir," Noah answered, straight-faced and stoic. "The horse was much nicer." Chelsey's dad gave a startled laugh, coughed up some blood, and offered Noah a seat. Chelsey blinks away the memory and stares at Noah. Keys loose in her hand now. "I have to go." He pecks her cheek. "Be safe." It's what he always says, a futile request. As if she could stop a bullet or a fist or a car with a heavy-limbed drunk behind the wheel. She jams her feet in her shoes and jogs down the stairs into the cool night. Noah waits at the top, leaning against the door jamb. She keeps him in her line of sight as she climbs into her car, an Oldsmobile she inherited from her father. On the back window is a firefly sticker. Noah had brought it to her on their third date. Over that dinner, she'd opened up to him about the responsibilities of being a cop. She'd unburdened herself. They'd brought the leftovers to her father. Then, while her father slept, lost in the ether of pain medication, Chelsey walked Noah to his truck. He kissed her. The night was still, calm, satin black. She unbuttoned her blouse. He opened his car door. They climbed in, shed their clothes, ground their hips. She'd fallen in love with him quickly. For the most part, Chelsey shares everything with Noah. He knows about Lydia, her dead sister. He knows about her parents' divorce. He knows the day after Chelsey's 18th birthday, her mother skipped town to Scottsdale. He knows about her father's death, because he'd been there, standing by her as the cancer took him. And Noah knows about the house she inherited after he died, a place full of 40 years of outdated furniture and bad memories. But he does not know everything. Behind the wheel, Chelsey gives Noah a wave. swallowing against the guilt, the fear, the slow drip of dread. She doesn't want to lose him, but can't seem to hold on to him without letting go of something else. She starts the car, puts it in reverse, and backs away, Noah caught in the snare of her headlights. Chapter 2. Chelsey is 30 minutes into the drive to Olympia before she unclenches her hands from the wheel. There isn't any traffic, save for the occasional semi. There aren't any streetlights on the 2-lane road either. She flicks on her brights and settles deeper into her seat. This narrow strip of land is the only way in and out of Coldwell. One side is dark trees and gray cliffs, glistening in the silvery moonlight, and the other a white-capped ocean guarded by a thin twist of metal. Someday, a tsunami will wash out the road, and Coldwell will be stranded. She takes a breath. She knows the way by rote, and can allow herself to sink now, to let go, to be lost in memory. Ellie Black. She remembers the initial call 2 years ago, the day after she met Noah. The radio's crackle and the dispatcher's scratchy voice announcing a 17-year-old girl didn't come home from sleeping over at a friend's house. Chelsey had immediately pulled a U-turn onto Main Street and headed straight for the Blacks' house, winding through emaciated Coldwell. Chelsey couldn't recall when the town started to change. The erosion was slow, the act of water whittling away at rock. First, the staff at the schools was cut by 30%. Then the library closed. After that, the rec center. Once, when Chelsey was young, it had been bustling. Kids swam in the pool during the summer, soccer in the fall, played basketball in the winter, crafts in the spring. Now, the building was boarded up, slowly succumbing to salt water and storms. And the kids, forced to go online or into the woods. The Blacks lived on the north side, in a neighborhood populated mainly by commercial fishing families and cannery workers. Houses crouched behind overgrown junipers, brown lawns, and chain-link fences. Chelsey had knocked on the Blacks' door, the porch wet and squishy beneath her feet. Doug answered. He'd been in a uniform then, not yet promoted to detective. Hey. His smile was wide. He was young and dumb and too excited about the case, about being the first on the scene. I started to take statements. Should have waited for me, Chelsey said. His cheeks flushed salmon. Sorry. Jimmy, Ellie's father, appeared, edging around Doug to introduce himself. Jimmy Black. He stuck out a hand and Chelsey shook it. Detective Calhoun, Coldwell PD. Jimmy squinted at her. How long you been with the force? Chelsey's face worked against her, unlined and surprisingly Asian. She saw it in Jimmy's expression, the doubt, the wondering if Chelsey was too young, too foreign. Did she even speak English? I've served near a decade, she said, her eyes downcast. Then she flicked her gaze up. I'd like to focus on Elizabeth. Should we talk about her? Later on, she congratulated herself. She'd been cool, focused, even though it was her first case as detective. Even though her heart was pounding, an unnerving, reckless beat. Sometimes she wondered at how small she felt, what hands had shaped her, worn her down. That seemed to be enough for Jimmy. He let her in. Thanks for coming, Detective. Call me Chelsey, she had said, shuffling into their living room. Kat, Ellie's mother, was there, seated on a faded blue velvet couch, an undrunk mug of coffee cupped in her hands. Jimmy sank down next to his wife, close enough to touch, but not. Both held their bodies stiffly, as if to brace against a coming squall. Chelsey settled into a worn-out plaid armchair across from them. Tell me what's going on, she said. Dispatch said your daughter didn't come home. Doug posted himself near the door, hands on his belt, feet spread, and chest puffed out. Kat peered down into her cup. "I tried calling Ellie," she explained, a hollowness to her voice that Chelsey recognized as shock. "You never think it can happen to you." "Then I called India." Chelsey could see through to the kitchen, where a recycling bin overflowed with empty bottles. Wine, whiskey, tequila. One of the cabinets was smashed in as if a fist had gone through it. Chelsey jutted her chin at the damage. "What happened to your cabinets?" "I put a hole through it," Jimmy offered calmly. Too calmly? "Got pissed." Before or after Ellie disappeared, the air in the room seemed to still, then pulsate. Kat hung her head. In shame? Embarrassment? Fear? "Before," Jimmy answered low. "I got nothing to hide. You want prints? You want to search the house? Have at it." "All right, I'd like to take a look around, especially Ellie's room, but that can wait," Chelsey said. She placed Jimmy in the back of the line of suspects. She returned to Kat. "Who is India?" Kat swallowed. "I don't know her well. Ellie doesn't have many friends. A week ago was the first time I'd heard her name. Thank God I insisted Ellie give me her phone number. Ellie was supposed to be staying the night at India's house, but India said the last time she saw Ellie was at some motel. They were having a party." Kat placed her mug on the coffee table with an audible thunk. "I feel like I'm in some alternate universe. How is this happening?" There were many things to wrest a person away, but Chelsey decided to keep that to herself. Kat didn't have much more information, and Jimmy had been gone for work. "I'm sure Ellie will turn up. You know girls," Doug offered. "They get crazy ideas and run off all the time." Chelsey's lips twitched, hating the implication that being born female made you automatically guilty of something. Jimmy stood, his hands balling into fists. He was a big guy and kept a bat by the front door. "That's not her. That's not my daughter." He advanced on Doug. "Ellie wouldn't just run away." Chelsey had been quick to step between them, all 5 feet nothing of her blocking the 2 men. At the same time, she clocked the bat, calculating how many steps Jimmy would need to take to grab it. 3, maybe 2. "Officer Abbott," she said, "why don't you take a walk?" It wasn't a question. "Sorry," Doug stammered, sticking up his hands. "Didn't mean any offense." He backed out the door and hung out on the lawn, staring at his phone. Doug liked to make videos and post them on social media. Jesus Christ. He was the typical middle child, always eager to please. "Is it true what he said?" Hope blazed in Kat's eyes. "Does this happen all the time?" Statistics were Chelsey's best friend in situations like this. Regarding girls in Ellie's age group, 16 to 21, they do come back 81% of the time. She didn't add that the odds decreased to 0.5% after 24 hours. Better to let things unfold as they would. "Now tell me more about Ellie." Kat listed off several non-essential facts. Ellie is headstrong, stubborn at times. Her grades aren't great, but she's so bright. Jimmy, remember when she scored high on her writing exam in the 5th grade? She doesn't have a lot of friends, but her boyfriend Danny adores her. All these details to show how special Ellie was. Proof she deserved to be searched for, to be found. There was no way Kat could know a dollar figure was attached to each case. A careful calculation multiplied by parents' wealth, then divided by race and religion. The poorer and darker a girl, the less funds and time the department allocated to her rescue. After all, the public is a little less outraged when those types of girls go missing. Maybe Ellie's mom could sense it. Some daughters were worth more than others. This was not a viewpoint Chelsey subscribed to, but it was a reality, even if she didn't want to believe it. Chelsey searched Ellie's room and left soon after, promising to call when she had more information. It wasn't an emergency. Not yet. Ellie's shoe, cell phone, and blood hadn't been found yet. Kat hadn't cried yet. the type of gulping and sobbing that overtakes your whole body. And the Black's entire existence hadn't been distilled into a life lived one day at a time yet. Still, Chelsey moved quickly through the regular procedure, interviewing everyone who had seen Elizabeth last, starting with India. "Listen, Ellie and I have only hung out a couple of times. We had fun together, but we're not close," India had said through a rickety screen door. She had pale blonde hair, the kind from a box, and a tiny silver nose ring that glinted in the light. Chelsey smelled booze on her, not fresh, but oozing out of her pores. India was hungover. "It was Ellie's idea anyway," she went on. "What was?" Chelsey prodded. A seagull shrieked and landed in the yard. "The party. I provided transportation, that's all. I'm not her keeper." Got it. The girl was more concerned with the possibility of being in trouble than the fact of Ellie's disappearance. "I don't care about the party. If you drank, did drugs," Chelsey assured her, "I just want to find Ellie." That had mollified India enough for her to send Chelsey photos of the party. Chelsey pieced these photographs together to establish part of the timeline. 11:31 p.m. was the last moment Ellie was captured on film in the motel room. By 11:39, she was gone. She was there, and then she was not. A butterfly dragged away in the wind. Next, Chelsey questioned Daniel Partridge, Ellie's boyfriend. "I was home sleeping," he'd stated, leg bouncing. They were in his house at a little built-in table with wooden benches, stalks of wheat carved into the sides. "Is there anyone that can vouch for you?" Chelsey stared at him without blinking. Lydia, her sister, used to call this her fox face. Most crimes are perpetrated by someone the victim knows. Danny seemed nice, but it was the nice guys you had to watch out for. The mean ones, they wore their crimes on their sleeves, carting them around with all their messy emotional baggage. Nice guys buried things deep. Daniel's legs stilled. His eyes narrowed. "My folks were working, but my mom dropped off some dinner." His parents owned a bar and restaurant on Main Street. A few months earlier, Chelsey remembered, the fish trap had been vandalized. The words "Redskin" and "Go back to the res" sprayed on the front windows in neon orange paint. The Partridges were Chinook. They cleaned up the graffiti, installed security cameras, and hung their tribal flag in the windows. "I'd like to give your mother a call if you don't mind," Chelsey said. "Verify your story." Danny jumped from the bench and yanked open kitchen drawers until he found a scrap of paper and a pen from the local bait and tackle shop. He scribbled his mom's name and phone number and threw the paper down on the table like a gauntlet. "Have at it." Chelsey had offended him, but everyone was a suspect. She'd even tracked Kat and Jim, the way they gripped their cups. Too tightly? Too casually? What kind of details did they offer? Were they too verbose or too vague? The truth tiptoes on a thin, narrow line. Turned out, Danny had a reason to be defensive. He hadn't been home all night, as he'd stated. He'd been lying, hiding behind his outrage. Then she'd interviewed the kids at the party, the teachers at Ellie's school. Reports vacillated about Ellie, from worse to worse. "She was such a fake, pretending to be rich," a classmate said. "That girl? I always thought she'd get herself killed someday," a teacher said. So self-righteous, it made Chelsey want to vomit. Rain splatters the windshield, and Chelsey jolts back to the present. She clicks on her wipers. She's closer to Olympia now, closer to Ellie. 30 minutes and she will be at the hospital. The knowledge tightens around her chest like a lasso. The highway widens into 3 lanes. There are more cars, semis, fast food restaurants, assorted motels, and gas stations. She glances at her phone, discarded on the passenger seat. She should call Jimmy and Kat. Jimmy kept in touch with Chelsey. The last time she saw him was 5 months ago. He'd made a habit of visiting the precinct every now and again. meandering in right when they opened, a carafe of coffee and a dozen donuts from Cottage Bakery in his calloused hands. Last time, he'd presented them to Suzette at the front desk, while making small talk, asking about her husband and grandchildren. He'd straightened when he saw Chelsey, and she led him back to a private room and closed the door. They sat across from each other, a table between them, and began their ritual. It was always small talk at first. "How you doing, Jim?" "All right," he said. "And Kat?" "Oh, you know, she has her good days and bad days. Sam and her family will be moving here soon, and that's cheered her up a bit." Ellie had an older sister, Sam. They'd been born 10 years apart. Not close. Not like Chelsey and Lydia had been. She and Lydia may not have shared blood, but they shared everything else. "You're like 2 peas in a pod," their mother used to say. "That's nice," Chelsey remarked. "What about you? How's that man of yours? I saw him quoted in the paper, taking his team to states." Noah had finished his first year teaching at Ilwaco High School and coaching basketball, leading the team to the 2A state championship. He was devastated when they lost, had gone with his brothers to his parents' cabin to brush it off. "Noah is good." Chelsey paused, knowing the question Jimmy had come to ask. Might as well get it out of the way. She viewed these conversations as akin to putting down an old dog. Why delay? "There haven't been any new leads, Jim," she said gently. "You know I'd call you." Jimmy sighed and removed his baseball hat, cupping the bill between his palms. His hair stood up in little tufts of gray and brown. "Can I see it?" "Of course." Chelsey stood and retrieved the 12x12 corrugated box from evidence. She placed it on her desk and reminded Jimmy not to open any plastic bags. "It's still an open case." Jimmy nodded once. He knew the rules. It was always the same. First he read the police report, then the witness statements, looking for anything Chelsey might have missed, any scrap of information that could be the key to breaking Ellie's case wide open. Last, he peered at the physical evidence, handling each piece like a crumbling relic. One of Ellie's shoes, her cell phone with a cracked screen, gravel with blood on it, CCTV footage photographs pulled from the motel and the Pentecostal church next door, all of the parking lot where Ellie's things had been discovered. Semi-trucks and scattered cars blocked any view of Ellie. Chelsey had chased down every owner of every license plate she could make out. Nobody had seen anything. "Just tell me you still believe she's out there." Chelsey began to place the contents back in the box. Were these the last things Ellie held? What would these objects say if they could speak? What secrets might they whisper? "The case is still open. I won't stop searching until Ellie is found," she promised. Because she did believe. It may have been silly, but she had to believe. She cut herself up on the razor's edge of hope. Jimmy nodded solemnly and excused himself on a tremble. Chelsey let him go without another word. She'd learned enough to know Jimmy Black, like most men, required privacy when he fell apart. Chelsey inhales, swimming free of the memories as she rolls to a stop at a red light. A sign for Legacy Memorial is posted at the intersection. It is time. She picks up her phone and dials the Blacks. It rings and rings. 2 years, 2 weeks, 1 day. Ever since Ellie Black's disappearance, Chelsey has volunteered for any case involving violence against women. She always has plenty of work to do. All those beaten, all those bruised, all those maimed women are welcomed on Chelsea's shores. It is a type of atonement, Chelsey understands. She could not save Lydia. She could not solve Ellie's case. The ringing stops and the line picks up. "Low," Jimmy answers. A television blares in the background, but his voice is sandpaper rough with sleep. "Hey, Jim, it's Chelsey. Is Kat around?" "I have some news," She waits for Jimmy to awaken Kat, and she thinks of their daughter, sees Ellie in the spiral of her mind. There she is, standing in the shadow of a hollow curve, silent, waiting for her turn to speak. Yes, it is time.
One. I used to obsess over stories about missing girls. The headlines were always so provocative, so irresistible, like watching a car wreck in slow motion. Back then, I didn't think of the girls as actual people, not living, breathing humans who had been tortured, pushed beyond their breaking points. That could never be me. Never. I'm ashamed to admit that a small, secret part of me was smug. I thought I was invincible. But then I learned. I learned that I didn't need shackles or chains to keep me bound. All I needed was 4 walls of pristine forest. And fear. The kind that festers and blisters, makes your limbs twitch. Yes, the best prisons are the ones created in our own minds. When a child goes missing, the first 48 hours are crucial. Time is of the essence. Facts are cataloged and filed in a report. Where did the child go? Who did the child see? What was the child doing? Let's make it easy. Here's the timeline of my abduction. This is what you probably already know. The day started like any other. Around 7 in the morning, India picked me up for school. I was in the kitchen eating cereal, standing up. A honk rippled through the neighborhood. I shoved one last heaping spoonful of colorful loops into my mouth. Mom wandered into the kitchen. She looked sleepy and small, wearing one of Dad's sweatshirts and pajama pants dotted with Christmas wreaths. It was May. She leaned against the counter and palmed her head. The day before, she'd made me come to work with her, then stay after closing while she drank with her friends. I had to drive us home because she'd been tipsy. She rubbed her face and narrowed her eyes at my bottom half. Christ, Ellie. I doodled on my jeans with a Sharpie, shooting stars, arrows piercing hearts, a human body with a horse head. What? What do you mean, what? Those are brand new jeans. I just bought them for you. Mom was always worried about money, about how much things cost, how much I cost. Sometimes I wondered if I hated her, which hurt to think of. Then I wondered if she hated me, which hurt even more to think of. I'll buy my own jeans next time. I also planned to buy a new phone. That's what started it all. A phone. My current phone was old and had about 2 hours of battery before dying. I'd inherited it from my mom. I was a girl who wanted something and would go to great lengths to get it. She leaned against the counter. Right below the cabinet my dad busted a week ago. He'd been angry at me. With what money? Ellie, you're missing the point. Beep, beep, beep. Mom covered her ears. Christ, she said again. Is that Danny? Please tell him to lay off the horn. I rolled my eyes and dropped my bowl and spoon into the sink with a clatter. Mom winced. The old porcelain sink was original to the house, and we broke more dishes in it than we washed. But the dish didn't break, and I remember thinking, my lucky day. I feel like a fucking idiot now. I dashed from the kitchen, grabbing my backpack. It's not Danny, it's India. I'm staying at her house tonight. The lie slipped easily off my tongue. I had something much bigger planned than sleeping over at India's. Bending the truth was a special talent of mine. Say anything with enough conviction, and you can even fool yourself. Remember? I challenged my mom. I told you last night. Oh, right. I should probably meet her sometime. Send me her number, please. Sure, I promised, leaving the kitchen. Be back early, Mom shouted as I headed for the front door. We're shopping tomorrow with Sam for maternity stuff. India's horn blared again. Yeah, I hollered over my shoulder, backpack in hand. I can't wait. Mom kept shoving us together, Sam and me, hoping we'd become best friends. But we had nothing in common, most of all age. The problem was, I thought Sam treated me like a baby, and Sam thought I acted like a baby. The last time I'd seen Sam, she accused me of stealing her ID. I can't believe you'd even think I'd do something like that, I told her, spreading the indignation thick. Sam had crossed her arms, resting them on her protruding belly. It was in my wallet when I came over last night, and now it's gone. It didn't just disappear, Ellie. Then she softened up. I won't tell Mom if you give it back, okay? But I'd insisted I didn't have it. Outside, India's hatchback idled at the curb. I dove in the front, shoving my backpack at my feet. David Bowie played on the speakers. India's white blonde hair practically glowed in the morning light. The inside of her car reeked. Must, clove cigarettes, stale coffee. I flipped down the visor and applied eyeliner. We sped off, our smiles wide and contagious, so careless, so free, not knowing how little time I had left. At 7:24, we arrived at school with 1 minute to spare. The morning hours blended together. Biology, English, gym. I was present and accounted for in all my classes. Jeremy Davis, Lindsay Jackson, and Stephen Laurier probably even remember slipping me 20s between periods. At 12:09, I scarfed down a vending machine sandwich on the school steps. The words, safe, responsible, and respectful, stenciled in yellow on the risers. An arm caught me by the waist. Startled, I spun around. Elle. There he was. Brown-skinned, a boyish face, tender eyes, the kind that couldn't hide emotions very well. Dark, shiny hair scraped his shoulders. Danny. Boyfriend. Best friend. Love of my life. Have you ever felt that way about someone? As if the two of you invented love? Danny grinned at my half-gone sandwich. Egg salad from a vending machine. Brave girl. I lifted a shoulder. I like to live on the edge. I know you do. How does it feel to be free again? Did I mention I'd been suspended the week before? For possession on school grounds. I had a tiny bit of weed in my locker. Not illegal in Washington. But I was underage. Cops were called. My parents had grounded me, which was why I'd been to work with my mom the previous day. Great. I gave Danny a salute. I'm totally reformed. Ready to walk the straight and narrow. Well, that sucks. Kind of have a thing for bad girls. We kissed. Right in front of the school. The 1-minute bell rang, and Danny and I broke apart. You're still coming tonight, right? I asked. I had a roll of 20s and my sister's ID burning a hole in my backpack. Danny's lips twitched. He wouldn't meet my eyes. Yeah, I meant to tell you, I can't. I have to work at the restaurant tomorrow morning. I need to get some sleep. I have to be up early. Seriously? I pushed out. Come on, Elle. Come on, Dee. It's important. It wasn't really. I wanted a new phone. I'd stolen Sam's ID and planned a motel party, charging kids $20 to drink as much as they wanted. The scheme had good profit margins, enough for me to buy a refurbished phone. I wanted Danny to stay the night with me. There's that word again. Want. Was that the problem? Did I want too much? I think a lot about how all of what happened is my fault. I'm sorry, I can't, he said. The hall was clearing, classroom doors slammed. Danny rested his forehead against mine. I love you. I didn't say the words back. Withholding love was a power play. I had a mean streak a mile wide. Danny sighed. Are we really going to fight about this? Depends on you, I guess. I frowned. He kissed the corner of my mouth. It was our last kiss. I wish I had known. I would have lingered against him. I would have held his hand a little tighter. I would have told him goodbye. At 1:03, 2:30, and 2:55, a flurry of texts passed between Danny and me. The contents are embarrassing, but suffice it to say, I was trying to make my boyfriend feel like a piece of shit for working and skipping out on me. There are lots of moments I'm not proud of. This is one of them. But I was selfish. I was that girl. The one who persuaded other people, Danny in particular, to do things they shouldn't do. What I should have said was that I would miss him. I should have said, never mind, it's a stupid idea. A phone isn't that important. Let's go to the movies instead. But I was stubborn, selfish, foolhardy. By 3:07, I was late again, but it wasn't my fault this time. Our substitute English teacher held the whole class captive 2 minutes past the final bell to finish a poem about a snowman and a Moor. India waited for me in her car. We pulled out of the school parking lot right as the last bus left, around 3:20. By 3:45, we were outside of Coldwell. I tapped out a text to my mom. Remember, I'm staying at India's tonight. I included India's number. Then another to Danny. Will Gunner will be there. It was a last-ditch effort to get Danny to come to the motel. I dated Will before Danny. He'd graduated the previous year and then gone to school on a partial baseball scholarship. He visited during breaks and frequently tried to hook back up with me. You want one? India offered me her pack of clove cigarettes. I scrunched up my nose and shook my head. She shrugged, tapped one out, and held it in her teeth. Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, she lit the cigarette with the other, the maneuver oddly graceful. Aw. She squeezed my thigh. Cheer up, chickie. Danny will come around. I told India everything. Except I'd left out the part about Danny working. And I'd added in a part about him being too tired. Maybe called him a pussy. So what if I'd cast myself in a more sympathetic light? Every story needs a villain. I checked my phone. No word from Danny. Be home early tomorrow morning, my mom had texted back. Remember, it's Sam's day. India yawned, and I stuck my finger in her mouth. She swerved off the road and back on. Horns blared. A sedan whizzed past. India held her chest and laughed, righting the car. We drove a while, over a bridge and into Astoria, while listening to a song about how the night can break your heart. India pulled over into the Riverbend Motel parking lot, right under their sign advertising hourly and nightly rates. This good? Perfect, I said. India was already texting the address to people. She stubbed her cigarette out in the ashtray. All right, let's do this. The night would be long with many moving parts. I rented a room using Sam's ID. Then India and I found a grocery store with a stocked liquor section, and I cleared the shelves. The bottles jiggled in plastic bags as I exited the store. India waited in the car behind the wheel. Hey, a woman called out to me. I stopped. She was pretty with long dark hair, an open face, big eyes angled down and cheeks stung red by the wind. Do you think you could give me a hand? She stood by her car door, a banged-up SUV, arms full of a baby carrier and grocery bag. Yeah, sure. I put my plastic bags down and opened the door for her. Thanks. She smiled brightly, clicking the car seat into the base and depositing the bag next to it. The baby made a little noise as she shut the door. Then she dug around in her purse. Here, she said, offering me a $5 bill. I put up my hands. It's cool. Then I added, my sister is having a baby. I don't know why I said it. She smiled even wider, tucking the bill back into her wallet. Well, congratulations. I muttered a thanks and picked up my bags, scooting back to the car. India laughed and called me a goody two-shoes. I cracked open a bottle of vodka and swigged it right there in the passenger seat. At the motel, a man with small teeth loitered in the doorway of the room next to ours. You girls having a party? He pressed a cigarette to his lips and inhaled. His fingernails were bitten down and bloody. India straightened. Just a few friends. He whistled low and smiled. Yeah. If it gets too crowded, you can all extend the festivities to my room. India stuck out her hand for a shake. India. Brett. He took her hand and looked at me. Ellie, I said. Ellie and India, he repeated. He flicked his cigarette away. You girls make good choices. He went back to his room, and we fell into our own room in a fit of giggles. Fucking weirdo, India said. It wasn't long before kids showed up. More money exchanged hands. By 11:01, the party was in full swing, with 40 kids crammed into our motel room. I sipped from a wine cooler and moved toward the bathroom. The door was shut. Will Gunner leaned against the wall. "Hey," he said. "Nick and Lindsay have been in there for 20 minutes. Pretty sure they're hooking up. Or puking. You want me to walk with you to the gas station? You could use the bathroom there. We could catch up." He licked his lips. I huffed out a laugh, automatically smiling while I turned Will down. "No, it's cool. I'll go on my own." I didn't think I needed to tell anyone where I was going. I felt certain I was safe. Untouchable. That I had forever. I headed out. The night was cold, and the air stung my lungs. Brett, our small-teethed motel neighbor, hung out in the open door of his room. "You making good choices?" He picked at his face. I hurried away, passing the vending machines with posted signs. "Are you a victim of human trafficking? Call this toll-free number for help." I have a hard time not blaming myself for what happened next. I wish I didn't. I wish this was not a cautionary tale about what happens to girls who wander off in the dark, who are made to learn there are bad people everywhere. That the truth is these people are not strangers. They are the men who you sleep with, the men you work with, the men you raise. I wish this wasn't what it means to be female. It is not a matter of if something bad will happen, but when.
Chapter 3. The hospital is a gray cube with vertical slits for windows. When Chelsey arrives, the parking lot is littered with news vans. She wonders who tipped them off. It could have been the hikers who found Ellie, maybe someone at the hospital, or even at the precinct. She remembers how the media treated her sister's disappearance, like a perverse form of entertainment. A bad taste in her mouth, Chelsey keeps her head angled down as she cuts through the glossy-haired reporters and bright lights. In the emergency room, she flashes her badge to a security guard and then to the front desk attendant. A woman with a heart-shaped face leans against a wall outside the girls' room. She straightens as Chelsey approaches. "Denise," Chelsey gives a curt nod. "I wish I could say it's nice to see you. But we only see each other when something bad has happened," Denise fills in. "I figured you'd show up soon. Thought I'd wait for you. Brought you a coffee." Denise holds 2 cups. Her bangs are cut straight across, and she wears Doc Martens adorned with tiny skulls. A badge hangs from her neck. Thurston County, Public Health and Social Services Department. "Thanks," Chelsey sips, cup warming her hands. The coffee is tepid and strong. "Anybody in there with her?" She nods at the closed door, noting how dark it is inside, quiet as a tomb. A couple of uniforms are posted at each end of the hallway. A flutter of excitement beats against Chelsey's throat. "Nope, Elizabeth is alone," Denise responds. "I spoke with the admitting doctor. She's pretty shaken up. Light sensitivity, clear signs of abuse. Hart is on her way." Hart is the county's sexual assault nurse examiner. Elizabeth hasn't said much except to say her name and ask for her parents. "They're coming." A siren wails in the background. "You want to wait for them?" Denise asks. Chelsey shakes her head. Elizabeth is over 18. Near 20 years old, above the age that she'd need parental consent. "You take the lead?" Chelsey will watch for now. Most assume Chelsey is suited for working with victims because she is a woman, but she is not. She is gruff and distant. "You're just like your dad," her mom, Marianne, said. The words half accusation, half reprimand. A phantom fist squeezes at Chelsey's heart. Chelsey has spoken to her mother twice in the same number of years. Once to tell Marianne that Chelsey's father, her ex-husband, had died, and then again shortly after to announce she'd married Noah. "I'll take the lead," Denise confirms. She drops her coffee cup into a trash can. Chelsey takes one last sip, and then discards her cup too. Denise straightens her shirt, inhales visibly, and knocks twice on Ellie's door before inching it open. "Elizabeth?" she calls carefully into the dark. "I'm Denise Little, a victim advocate with Thurston County." She pushes the door open farther. A cone of light floods the room. The girl's eyes are sunken and hollow, fruit without pits, and her hair is matted and crisp, a nest of tangled wires. A shock of recognition runs through Chelsey. Unmistakable. It's her. Really her. Elizabeth Black is alive. Ellie's empty gaze drifts to Chelsey. "Who are you?" Words have fled Chelsey. She is mesmerized. Ellie Black in the flesh. It is a miracle, and Chelsey wants to weep, but does not allow herself to. She wills the tears away until the sensation is a dull ache in her jaw. Denise glances back at Chelsey. "That's Detective Calhoun. She's the primary on your case." "Primary?" Ellie's voice is hoarse. Chelsey closes the door. The room stinks of campfire, sanitizer, and vomit. It's not the worst thing Chelsey has ever smelled. "I work in Pacific County. I'm the lead detective on your case," she says, placid. Denise smiles. "May I sit?" She drags a chair over and eases into it. "It's nice to see you, Elizabeth. We've been looking for you for a long time." "Yeah? How long?" Ellie moves gingerly, limbs poking like shards of glass under the hospital sheet. She's thin. Starved, maybe. Her fingers are so filthy they've left marks on the bedding. The clothing she was found in is crumpled at the base of the bed. It is dirty, rust-colored and wet with mud. Old blood, but new dirt. Chelsey files away this information. It's a puzzle piece, one of many that she'll turn in her hands, seeking the right fit. Denise purses her lips. "Well, I don't know the exact details of your case. My role is to support victims of crimes." Ellie doesn't blink. She does not flinch. "But I believe you've been gone for about 2 years. Chelsey jams her hands into her pockets and settles against the wall. 746 days, to be exact. A lot can happen in that time. Cells divide millions of times over, and it's a miracle. A baby. Another cell divides abnormally, turning a person's insides black, robbing them of life, like Chelsey's father. In 746 days, the Earth does 2 complete rotations around the sun, and Ellie Black disappears and reappears like a magic trick. Now you see her, now you don't. Denise leans a little closer to Ellie. "We have a lot to talk about, Elizabeth, and I'm here to offer support. But before we chat, we'd like to have someone examine you. Is it okay if we have a sane nurse come in and do that?" "Sane?" Ellie picks at her cuticles. Shiny scars track up her arm where the skin has peeled away. A type of burn, Chelsey surmises. Other than a couple of scraped knee scars, Kat never mentioned Ellie had any others. "A sexual assault nurse examiner," Denise clarifies. Ellie stiffens. "Is that necessary?" "I understand how uncomfortable it may seem, but time is crucial. This will help with the investigation." Ellie turns away, jaw locked. "I just want my parents." "They're on their way," Chelsey says. "But it'll take some time." "Why?" Ellie punches out. Denise looks heavily at Ellie. "Elizabeth, do you know where you are?" "At the hospital," Ellie says. "No. Do you know where you are geographically? What city you're in?" "You're in Olympia, Washington. 2 hours outside of Coldwell Beach in Astoria, where you disappeared." "Olympia," Ellie says to herself while touching her left wrist, an absent-minded motion. Is she feeling for the ghost of something? Cuffs? Rope? There are no marks, but Chelsey catalogs it. Yes, Olympia. Denise waits a minute or two, content to give Ellie time before pressing her. Now, how about that exam? Will you consent? Ellie hesitates. They'll stop if I ask them to? Denise's nod is decisive, the chop of a knife. Chelsey has seen Denise halt exams. That's it. No more right now. Everybody out. Yes. Anytime during the exam you may put a stop to it. I will be present, and a nurse can give you a calming medication beforehand. No, Ellie jumps in. No drugs. All right. No drugs, Denise promises. She turns to Chelsey. Anything else? Chelsey shakes her head. No. She keeps her voice gentle, even though her insides are hot, boiling with questions. Chelsey has always been a little impatient when she wants something. She's the first to eat the whole cookie, to wake up at Christmas, to grow agitated in the grocery line when the checker is too slow. When it comes to solving cases, impatience has served her well. She recognizes the cost of time. How much you can lose in a minute. Still, she cautions herself to go slow. Ellie is not a suspect. Ellie needs a day to rest. Time to tend to the slashes in her psyche. She moves in closer, softening her tone a degree more. I'm just sorry this happened to you. Ellie is silent, sitting with Chelsey's statement, absorbing it, recognizing the shell shock as if surviving a flood or bomb. This sacred truth that something terrible has been done. Thank you. Ellie touches her left wrist again. Chelsey nods once, a faint smile on her lips, and leaves. Outside Ellie's room, Chelsey checks her phone. 2 calls from Sergeant Abbott and 1 from Doug, followed by a text from him. At the trail. She calls Doug back first. Is it her? He answers. Hearing Doug's voice, Chelsey's younger self rushes up, and she feels small, spiteful. She waits a beat, gathers herself. It's her. She sees Hart, the sane nurse, pushing a covered metal cart down the hall, giving her a wave as she passes. Holy shit, Doug drags out. Chelsey stares at her shoes, worn boots with frayed laces. A lump rises in her throat. She mentally chastises herself for being too emotional. She hears her father's voice. Get it together. If you're going to be an officer, you'll have to be better than a woman. She forces herself back to attention. I'm going to stick around here through the medical exam and until Kat and Jim arrive. How are things at the trail? Weather report calls for rain in the next couple hours. Visibility is shit, Doug says. These trails are like spider webs. She could have come from 8 different directions, and they're all well-traveled. Lots of footprints. There are a couple canines on the way. Hopefully we'll be able to get a scent before it's washed out. Chelsey thinks about how Ellie smelled like vomit and campfire. I want you to keep looking. Search for any signs of encampments, anywhere someone could have made a fire or dwelling. Through the metal slats of the blinds in the hospital window, Chelsey sees Ellie in the bed, Denise beside her. Nurse Hart is there, too, smiling, touching Ellie's knee with a latex-gloved hand. Then she reaches for the clothing at the end of the bed and seals it in a plastic bag with chain of custody written on the front. Chelsey feels a sick drop in her belly. All right, Doug says. What do you think happened to her? I don't know. There's evidence of long-term abuse and neglect. Nurse Hart reaches up and pulls the curtain closed, cutting off Chelsey's view. Chelsey knows what will come next. Ellie's nails will be clipped, her teeth flossed, mouth swabbed. All of it placed in little tubes. Ellie Black is a piece of evidence now. Her body will be on trial. She was too shaken up to talk much. That's to be expected. A series of flashes burst around the curtain. Photographs being taken of Ellie. Chelsey turns. It is one of the most difficult parts of her job. Reviewing what has been done to a person, studying the carnage, the depravity. But someone has to look. Someone has to bear witness. I think she escaped from somewhere. Makes sense? Chelsey blinks, scanning her memory of Ellie in the hospital bed. Her body. No deep lacerations on her hands or feet, aside from minor superficial cuts. No physical evidence she jumped from a moving vehicle. Probably on foot. That is why she is good at her job. She notices details. She can read people. Had perfected the art of observation during her childhood, carefully watching her father's moods. Got it. What's the perimeter? Good question. Chelsey squints up at the fluorescent hospital lights. How far can a person travel if they're running for their life? Chelsey recalls overhearing a fellow detective talk about a case he worked on in Idaho. A girl chained in the basement of her parents' home escaped and walked through her neighborhood, down the freeway, and into the next town before stopping and asking for help. Make it 15 miles. They hang up, and Chelsey's brain spins and spins. A frenetic whirlwind of the same questions that have plagued her for the last 2 years. What happened to you, Ellie Black? Where do you go?
Chapter 4. Kat races through the hospital, unlaced shoes squeaking on the linoleum, personnel whipping by her in a blur of blue scrubs and white coats. My baby, my baby, my baby. The 2 words run a loop through her head. Something primal has escaped inside of her. She'd caged it up after Ellie disappeared. Couldn't handle all that love, with nowhere and no one to channel it toward anymore. She rounds a corner, spots Detective Chelsey Calhoun, and halts, suddenly tentative, self-conscious. Is it her? Her vision pulses. If it's not Ellie, it will be okay. Really, it will not be okay. But Kat will pretend it is. She will pretend she is happy some other lost girl has come home. Jimmy catches up and places a hand on Kat's shoulder. She grips his blunt fingers. He squeezes. They both want it to be, need it to be, Ellie. Of course they do. They want their baby back. They believe she will fix all that is broken between and inside of them. Detective Calhoun straightens. It's her. She grips Jimmy harder, knees weakening, and tilts her chin to him. The bill of his ball cap is frayed, and the embroidered American flag is faded, red to pink, blue to gray. It's her. He nods once. Kat wishes for more, a sign he is as flayed by happiness as her. Thank God, she says to Calhoun, straining to hold her emotions back. I want to see her. Calhoun points to a door. She's through there, but Kat... Jim. Yes? Kat keeps her gaze on the door. Ellie is behind it. It's silly, but Kat thinks she can feel Ellie. Her heartbeat, the gentle pull of her. It's Ellie. Calhoun pauses. But she's banged up pretty bad. Skinny. There's evidence she's been abused for a very long time. I want you to be prepared. It can be shocking. She has an aversion to light and doesn't like to be touched. Kat stills, feels like one of those bugs entranced by blue light, flying high and suddenly zapped. She's had nightmares. Plenty of them these last 2 years. Visceral images of Ellie trapped somewhere, beaten and bloody, calling for her like she did when she was little. Mommy, I need you. Mommy, could you help me? Mommy, I can't do it on my own. She only sleeps if she takes a tiny blue pill before bed. She has consoled herself, thinking it can't be worse than what she's imagined. It can't be worse than the not knowing. But now she isn't sure. The only word she can mutter is, okay. Can we see her now? Jimmy's voice is hoarse. Of course, Calhoun says. I'll give you some privacy. Now Kat moves slowly. Hand splayed on the door, she eases it open. It's dim in the room. Ellie sits up in the bed, her profile turned to the ceiling. Kat remembers running her finger down Ellie's tiny ski slope of a nose when she was a baby. Ellie shifts to peer at her and Jimmy. Time slows and stretches. Kat takes it all in, digesting her daughter. What's become of her? Like a bitter pill. "Ellie," Kat says. "I was counting the specks on the ceiling," Ellie says matter-of-factly. Kat bursts into tight sobs. It's Ellie. An echo of her, at least. A skull with empty sockets. Jimmy shuts the door, finds his feet first, and shuffles to the bedside, his gait slow and heavy, like some sort of penance. "It's really you," he says. When Ellie was suspended the week before she disappeared, Jimmy had raged. Slammed cabinet doors, put a fist through one. "What about your future?" he'd yelled at their daughter. But then he'd grown silent and pulled away. The next morning, he'd taken off on a week-long work fishing trip, leaving Kat to deal with Ellie. Ellie was grounded, but Kat did not see why she should be locked at home, too. She'd forced Ellie to go with her to the salon, then hang around after hours with her co-workers and friends. Ellie had sulked, slowly twirling in a ripped stylist chair while Kat and the ladies smoked and drank. Ellie had to drive Kat home. It wasn't a big deal. But Jimmy came back and Kat was hungover. They'd fought. Jimmy implied Ellie's behavior was Kat's fault. She'd thrown her hands up. Of course, always blame the mother. Kat had said maybe if Jimmy was home more. Everyone knew girls with daddy issues rebelled. They'd quit speaking to each other. Hadn't been speaking to each other when Ellie disappeared. It wasn't always this way between them. Once, their relationship and marriage had been formed on a bed of concrete, on which tough times broke. But Ellie had been a jackhammer, chipping away at all they had built. An unexpected storm in the summer of their lives. "Honey." Jimmy reaches for Ellie and she recoils. "I'm sorry." Ellie's smile is warped and fractured, a bird with a limp wing. Kat inhales. She wipes her eyes and smooths her hair. She stands next to Jimmy and slips an arm through his. Jimmy is stiff and uncomfortable. Unsure what to do, Kat can tell. Sometimes she thinks he's a robot. When they'd been dating, he'd been stoic, sometimes mechanical, and she'd liked it. The challenge of him. She'd been young and foolish and too romantic then, thinking he might open up to her, thinking she was special, different. All Jimmy needed was a good woman. But Jimmy was Jimmy. His father had been a career Marine, serving in Vietnam and Desert Storm. He'd been tough on Jimmy, called him a little soldier, stuff like that. And Kat often wondered if that had locked something up inside of him. "Jim," Kat keeps her voice light. "Why don't you find a nurse? See if we can take Ellie home." "Yeah, sure." Jimmy lifts a hand as if he wants to pat Ellie on the head like he used to do, ruffling her hair and calling her buddy. But he just flexes his fingers, as if shocked at the empty spaces between them. "Right," he says, hand gripping the rail of the hospital bed. "Right." He taps the metal, crosses the room, and leaves. Kat slides the water pitcher to the center of Ellie's tray, straightens a stainless steel kidney dish, tucks the bedsheet under the end of the mattress. "Are you comfortable? Do you need anything?" She wrings her hands. There is nothing left to do but look at Ellie, even though it hurts. Ellie shakes her head. "I'm fine." Before Ellie disappeared, Kat would speak to anyone about her daughter. Clients, co-workers, people in line at the grocery store. What to do about Ellie. Grounding her did not work. Yelling did not work. Naked disappointment and shame did not work. Kat had been exasperated. Her daughter was unbreakable. Now Kat sees that she was wrong. Ellie is fractured. Kat stands next to the bed and whispers to Ellie, "I never gave up hope, you know? I could feel it here." She places a hand to her chest, "that you were still with us." Kat longs to tell Ellie all the things she has done to find her, walking into seedy bars to enlist the help of the local motor club, calling psychics and spending money that she and Jim did not have, sitting in the parking lot where Ellie was abducted, following truckers for miles and miles, hunting down Brett Jones, the guy who had rented the room next door to India and Ellie that night at the motel. But he had died of an overdose not long after, and Kat had tortured herself, thinking Brett took the truth of what happened to Ellie with him. Kat smiles, strained, and stares at Ellie in silence for a long moment. A fly buzzes about in the windowsill. She's flooded with relief when Jimmy reappears, Nurse Hart in tow. The doctors would like to keep Ellie overnight for observation, but Ellie balls up her fists hearing that. "I want to go home. I want to go home." She pounds her bed. Kat twists her mouth. "Only for observation?" she says to Hart. "Surely we can watch her at home." Nurse Hart hesitates, but agrees. She leaves and returns with discharge paperwork. A bottle of pills is pressed into Kat's hands while Hart speaks. Ellie is having acute anxiety. Ellie's pregnancy test was negative. Ellie's blood tests are normal. Ellie should see a counselor, a Dr. Fisher, in Astoria. Then Ellie is released. Kat walks next to Jimmy, wheeling their daughter through the ER, and feels daunted. Maybe she shouldn't have been so hasty asking for Ellie to be discharged so soon. This is kind of like when she and Jimmy left the hospital after Sam, their first daughter, was born. They had been so young, so unsure. Kat couldn't believe the doctors and nurses were letting her take a newborn home, especially when they barely had a home to bring Sam to, only a studio apartment above the grocery store on Main Street. The ceiling laden with asbestos, the walls with lead paint. Sam had been an accident. Kat never meant to get pregnant at 18. Ellie had been on purpose. They'd waited 10 years to have another baby. Everything was supposed to be different with their second daughter. Easier. Soon, they arrive at a set of double doors. Jimmy jogs off to the parking lot to bring the truck around. Outside, the crowd of reporters multiplies, their bodies and voices humming with excitement. Kat grows queasy and protective, and she stands between Ellie and the media, a human barricade. Jimmy returns, and Ellie bows her head and covers her face as they go outside. Voices crest and crash into them. "Elizabeth, can you tell us where you've been? Is it true that there was blood on your clothing? Elizabeth, who took you and why? Did you run away? Elizabeth, I'm from the National News Network. We'd like to offer you an exclusive $100,000 for your story." Inside the Black's truck, the voices of the media are muted. Ellie slumps in the back, and Kat is drained, dazed. The drive home is silent, awkward. Kat fiddles with the radio and settles on an oldies station. Thick forest gives way to rocky cliffs and a dark ocean about an hour into the ride. Kat glances back at Ellie. She can't stop. Has been checking on her daughter every few minutes. Ellie has opened her window a crack, visibly inhaling and exhaling. Headlights flash in the rearview mirror. A station wagon approaches from behind, drawing threateningly close. What is wrong with the driver? What could they possibly be thinking? Kat swings her body around to face Ellie, a hungry instinct to protect her daughter. Jimmy speeds up and says, "Probably teenagers. They don't know how dangerous these roads can be." The wagon keeps pace with their truck, its lights flooding the interior. Ellie clenches, flexes her hands, squeezes her knees, her breathing rapid. "Jimmy," Kat says calmly, "let them pass." Jimmy sighs. He flicks on the blinker and moves to the shoulder. The blue station wagon flies by, hand heavy on the horn. It's 3 o'clock in the morning when they walk through their front door. Kat whips around Jimmy and Ellie. The lights are all on, dishes are piled in the sink, and the television blares with a popular news station. Ellie is the top story. A clip of her exiting the hospital plays on loop. Her head is down, her face obscured by matted hair. A news ticker scrolls across the bottom of the screen. Elizabeth Black found alive. Kat finds the remote and clicks the television off, pushing the button so hard it sticks. "Sorry about that," she says to Ellie. Jimmy moves around the kitchen, dumping his keys into a wooden bowl of loose change, miscellaneous screws, and batteries. Ellie winces, and Kat remembers the lights. She hurries to dim them. "Better?" Ellie nods. "Thank you." "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Kat drifts into the kitchen. "I have some chicken I could make, or maybe spaghetti." That had been Ellie's favorite. Noodles with sauce and lots of Parmesan. "I'm not hungry. Thanks." Ellie wanders into the kitchen, smiling feebly as she passes Kat. She stops at the sink and flicks on the faucet, turning the nozzle to the hottest setting. It takes a moment for the water to heat, but then steam rises and Ellie runs her fingers under the spout. Ellie muffles a groan and closes her eyes. Kat startles and her mouth parts, watching the rapture on her daughter's face. It's as if Ellie is touching hot water for the first time. She glances at Jimmy, alarmed, and he shakes his head. Don't say anything. Neither knows what to do. Taut silence is their only option. Ellie shuts off the faucet and turns to them. "I'm tired." Kat smiles even as uneasiness twists in her gut. "Let's get you to bed, then." "Go on ahead," Jimmy says. "I'll lock up." Kat follows Ellie up the stairs. Photographs in wooden frames line the walls, and Ellie pauses in front of one image. The baby in the photo wears a ridiculous flower headband and sports a gummy smile. Ellie tilts her head. "That's Sammy's girl," Kat says. "What's her name?" Ellie asks. "Mia, after the soccer player. You know Sam, how much she loves the game. I'm sure you'll get to meet her soon. Valerie and Sam live here in Coldwell now. They moved home after you had been gone a while." Kat realizes she is talking too much, that her frayed nerves are showing. "Anyway, they were headed out for a vacation, just a few days in Seattle. Sam loves the city. But they'll be driving home in the morning, and they want to come right to see you. That is, if you're up to it? I don't know." Kat stops as Ellie turns and drifts up the stairs. She catches up and finds Ellie standing in the middle of her room. It is exactly as Ellie left it. A sloppily made bed, photo collages all over the walls and on her dresser mirror, tennis shoes, a record player, shirts stuffed into a two-fold disorganized closet, a collection of fairy figurines. Kat could not bear to go inside the room. Other than the detectives, she would not let anyone inside the room either. It hurt to see the empty space, but hurt more to imagine someone else in it, cleaning or touching or dismantling all Kat had left of Ellie. Kat wrings her hands as Ellie walks the room's perimeter, letting her fingers run along surfaces. Ellie stops at the light and switches it up and down. 3 short bursts, 3 long bursts, 3 more short bursts. SOS. Morse code? A chill runs down Kat's spine. "We haven't touched anything," Kat speaks, a tenor of fear in her force. "We kept everything as you left it. We knew you'd come back and wanted exactly that way." Ellie pauses at the window, parts the blinds, and looks out at the darkened view of the sad brown grass, emaciated trees, and rooftops with peeling shingles. Kat knows Danny used to sneak in through that window. She'd look the other way. Maybe she let Ellie get away with too much. Maybe Jimmy was right. She was a bad mom. Not fit. She had known Ellie was lying about spending the night at India's. Moms always know when their daughters are lying. But she'd been so tired of fighting with Ellie. Every conversation was nerve-jangling, like walking a tightrope. She'd let it slide. What's the harm? She'd asked herself back then. She'd only wanted 1 day off from Ellie. 1 night without slamming doors, loud music, or shouting, "I hate this house! I hate you! Why did you even have me?" What was the harm, indeed? "Tomorrow we could give your hair a trim," Kat suggests. "It's been a while since I've done any cutting." She quit her job soon after Ellie disappeared. Didn't like the way people looked at her, as if what happened to her family was catching. "But I've got my old shears here somewhere." "No," says Ellie, quick. "I'm not allowed." Kat waits a terrifying second, letting the words compute. "What do you mean?" "Mom," Ellie says at the same time. Kat's insides flare with warmth. "Yes?" Kat recalls the way Ellie used to say her name. As a baby, little girl, teen. Mama, mommy, mom. A spectrum of emotions contained in that one word. Wonder, joy, worry, derision. Kat could tell how her daughter was feeling by how Ellie said her name. How does she say it now? Hollowed out. Painful. "I'm going to go to sleep." The warmth fizzles out, but Kat keeps a punishing smile on her face. "Oh, okay. I'll be up for a bit longer. Just come and get me if you need anything." Ellie says sure, and Kat is suddenly standing outside her daughter's door, staring at the faux grains of wood. Eventually, she stumbles downstairs. Jimmy is waiting in the kitchen. He's filled 2 glasses with amber liquid and pushes one toward Kat. "Thanks," she says, and sips. "She okay?" She peers at Jimmy over the rim. 3 days after Ellie disappeared, Jimmy abruptly announced he needed to go back to work. Then he'd waited for Kat to say something. All she could do was stare at him blankly and mutter, "Okay." She sensed his relief immediately. Inside, she was so angry, white-hot angry. But it was better than the fear, better than the anguish, so she nourished it a bit. Eventually, fury turned to ambivalence. Sometimes she wonders if she loves Jimmy anymore, if the only thing keeping them together is a black rope of grief and a thin string of red hope. "She wants to sleep." "That's good. That's good," he mutters. They sip in silence, and Kat is suddenly crying. She places the glass on the counter, covers her face, her mouth, muffling the sound, the carnage. Jimmy wraps his arms around her, holding her from behind. She grips the counter and pushes away. She can't look at him, at his clouded eyes. She blames him as much as he blames her. "I'm going to clean up." "She's going to be okay," Jimmy says. "Of course she is," Kat says. "She's home now." He nods. "I'm gonna head to bed. You come up soon?" "As soon as I am done," she promises. Jimmy goes upstairs, and the house is achingly quiet. Kat busies herself, and an hour later she lies down next to Jimmy. She does not take a blue pill. Again, it is like she has a newborn. That pressing need to stay awake. The knowledge that she must be ready. Alert. She cannot remain still, and finally she gives in and checks on Ellie. She pads down the hall and flashes to 17 years ago. No, she corrects. Ellie isn't 17 anymore. She is 19, nearly 20. Time has stood still for 2 years. Now she pauses outside of Ellie's door and listens. All quiet. She turns the knob. The lights are off, but Ellie is not in bed. Panic surges through Kat. She races through the house, opening doors, peering under beds, readying herself to shout for Jimmy. But then she stops, wide-eyed and frantic. There, in Sam's old bedroom, the crawlspace door is ajar. Just as she felt Ellie behind the hospital door, Kat feels her daughter in that unused space. Slowly, she steps around tubs of old clothes and a dusty elliptical machine. She kneels down and pulls the door wide. Ellie is curled up in the fetal position, comforter twisted around her legs. Her daughter's body twitches as if she's caught in a nightmare. This isn't right. This isn't my daughter. This is a stranger. Silly thoughts that bring a burst of bright red shame. But Kat cannot shake it. The idea her daughter has been replaced by a changeling. Somebody else's baby.
Chapter 5. Early morning radio show laughter spills from the speakers of Chelsea's car. She is bleary-eyed, and the sun is nearly rising. Her body aches. She should be heading home to grab a shower, eat, freshen up. Instead, she's driving the long winding road to Paradise Glen in Coldwell, to her parents' empty house, to what she cannot share with Noah. She rolls to a stop at a pair of wrought iron gates, lowers her car visor, and presses the button on a remote. The gates open with a groan and creak. She keeps the speed slow, passing an arched pathway with rickety stairs that lead down to a private beach and residences with gabled roofs, weathered gray shingled siding, and central chimneys. The Cape Cod-style houses are perched on a bluff and centered around a park with a miniature lighthouse. Chelsey and Lydia whittled their childhood away in that park, running the spiral stairs to the lookout of the lighthouse to watch for pirates. Goonies was a popular movie back then. She and Lydia reenacted their favorite scenes, always playing the same characters. Chelsey as Mikey, the eventual hero, and Lydia as Andy, the good girl love interest. When they'd grow tired of that, they'd entice the neighborhood kids out of their homes to play hide and seek. They'd chase each other through the streets, devour dinner, and beg their parents to let them sleep in the same bed at night. "We promise we won't stay up late. We'll go right to sleep." Back then, love was a thing that curled in Chelsea's lap to keep her warm. Back then, her heart had sighed in happiness. It had all been so idyllic. More than anything, Chelsey wishes there was a way to know when you were experiencing the happiest moments of your life. Chelsey winds a curve and parks in the driveway. She pays to keep the lights on, but doesn't bother with the yard maintenance anymore. At the front door, she takes a deep breath and unlocks it. A waft of stale air hits her first. Then other notes as she flips on lights in the foyer, family room, and kitchen. Antiseptic, rose potpourri, the ghost of her mother's perfume, Poison by Dior. Unsettling, yet soothing at the same time. Her cell phone rings, hitting all the lonely spaces in the vacant house. "Hey," she answers Doug, stopping in the dining room at the lucite table with matching chairs and a shell vase on top. The house could be historically registered as a pristine example of mid-90s architecture and interior design. Blonde hardwood floors, brass finishes, chunky pastel furniture. "How's the search going? Have you found anything yet?" "Nope, not a fucking thing. Dogs lost Ellie's scent 2 miles west. It's like she appeared out of nowhere. No prints to follow, nothing. And it's raining now, the weather is shit, I don't know." "Keep looking," she insists, standing at a bay window. The beach is painted in reds and oranges, and wind whips the bare sand. If she cranes her head just right, she can make out the rooftops of Ellie's neighborhood, like toy houses from this viewpoint. You could buy 8 homes in Ellie's neighborhood for the price of the property Chelsey is standing on. "It would be easier if we knew what we were looking for." "You know that's not how this works." She rubs an eye with one hand, annoyed with Doug. Even though she's felt this way before too. Wishing the work was simpler. Wishing for a break sometimes. Yearning for a slice of shade from the sun. "Did she give you anything to go on?" "Nothing yet. I'm going to visit her in a few hours." Chelsey plans to let Ellie settle in at home and get some sleep. She doesn't want to press Ellie too hard. Doesn't want to break more of what has already been broken. Call me if you find anything. Don't hold your breath, Doug says. They hang up, and Chelsey calls Noah. Hey, she says when he sleepily answers. I'm checking in. I'm back in Coldwell. You at the precinct? She pauses and stares at the beach below again. One of her neighbors has appeared down on the shore with a metal detector, scanning the sand. She thinks of things lost, of things never found. No, I'm at the house. It used to be Chelsea's family home. Then it was her parents'. Then it was her dad's. And now it's just the house. A lonely, lost place, stuck somewhere between here and gone. It all makes her slightly numb. Her father got it in the divorce. Her mother hadn't wanted it. She had wanted to move to Arizona to make a fresh start. Oh yeah? He says with interest. Must be close to finishing boxing everything up. In the garage is a stack of flattened boxes. Nothing is in them. Nothing has been packed. This is what Noah does not know. He believes the house is nearly done. But each time Chelsey went to touch a box or remove an item from a shelf, she was suddenly paralyzed, her chest cold with fear. Hands shaking, body plunged into some deep, dark abyss. She understood it. She was afraid of letting go, of dispersing the last home Lydia knew. Her father would call her too sentimental. She felt weak, conquered like a deer standing at the end of a rifle. How could she tell Noah all this? She was ashamed, inadequate. It's a big house. She moves to the kitchen and touches a pill organizer on the counter, one of those 7 days a week AM/PM things. It's empty now, but 7 months ago, there were so many tablets she couldn't snap the lids closed. Her dad had been taking 31 different medications toward the end. He'd refused to have a nurse in the house, wouldn't let anyone but Chelsey or Noah help. There isn't any dignity in dying, he'd told Chelsey. Let me keep what I have. Don't subject me to a stranger. She could not refuse him. We could hire someone, or you could let me help you, Noah says. Chelsey swallows. I need to do it on my own, she's told him. Now she's quiet. At her silence, Noah says, Babe. His voice is low. I'm going to try to get some work done here. She deliberately keeps it vague. She leans a hip on the dishwasher, one of the newer items in the house. Her father insisted it be manufactured in America. It was part of his way of thinking. They don't make things the way they used to, all of these exports from China. It always weighed on her, and she wondered what he thought of his Japanese daughter. But she kept silent. All right. He pauses. Love you. You too, she says. After, Chelsey wanders the house. Lydia's door is open a crack. The contents precisely as she left them. A peeling poster of Into the Wild above her desk. Fairy lights strung around her canopy bed. A Tiffany heart bracelet on her nightstand, along with a toy VW Beetle, the car she wanted when she turned 16. Chelsey can still feel Lydia here. In this small corner of the universe, tucked into the folds of the pink gingham curtains, the group of Beatrix Potter bunnies with frayed ears and a chunky white iPod. Lydia endures. Here, Lydia is still 15. Here, Lydia is still alive. She moves to her father's office at the end of the hall. The walls are covered in plaid wallpaper and photographs of him, iron-jawed and lionized, with local law enforcement celebrities. As the chief of police for Pacific County, he'd rubbed elbows with sheriffs, mayors, even the governor of Washington. There are also animal heads. White-tailed deer, moose, elk, bighorn sheep. The furniture is substantial. A large mahogany desk, 2 leather armchairs, a gun safe with an etching of the American flag carved into the metal. Chelsey's father had been a bulldog of a man, not large but imposing, compact and clean-cut, with red hair giving way to gray. He did not smile often, and when he did, it was reluctant, almost painful, like granite cracking. Now his desk is littered with Chelsey's open case files. She prefers it here over the precinct. Chelsey's department is filled with men who speak too much about themselves and ask too little about others. Plus, there are other things. The uniforms wear personal t-shirts under their blues, sometimes sports teams, other times slogans, and most recently their favorite, "It's okay to be white." They'd had those special made, snickering to each other like frat brothers. Chelsey is used to it by now. She has always been an outcast, a castaway. She sits in her father's worn leather chair and fires up the computer. The Coldwell PD insignia appears on the screen. She logs in to her email. Only one piece of new mail. Fire season in Coldwell is a few months away. Would Chelsey like to volunteer as a firefighter? She moves to the shared drive. A new report is logged. The evidence collected from Ellie at the hospital. She clicks it open and scans the doctor's notes. Signs of long-term abuse. Severely underweight. No fingerprints recovered from any of the clothing aside from Ellie's. Not a surprise. A few dog hairs. Had Ellie been kept somewhere with animals? The blood on her sweatshirt is old. From a previous injury? Chelsey shudders as she clicks through the photographs. Jarring images of Ellie's body, her legs bent and open to show bruises, a metal ruler against her thin skin. She studies them like a road map, hoping they will lead to whoever did this. Chelsey's phone chimes with a text from Sergeant Abbott. Status update. She writes back with pertinent information. Doug is at the trail working that angle. She's reviewing the evidence and will take a run at Ellie later this morning. Chelsey clicks out of the file and into her contacts to find Dr. Fisher's number, the counselor Ellie was referred to. They've worked together before on cases. Abductions, kidnappings, abuse. She leans back in the chair and rubs her eyes as the phone rings on speaker. It is common for her to touch base with counselors. Chelsey's job is to catch whoever did this and build a profile. Who was Ellie before? Who is she now? How has she been fundamentally changed? The sentence will fit the damage done. Detective Calhoun. Cerise Fisher's voice is smooth and alert, despite the early hour. Dr. Fisher, Chelsey says. I'm surprised you answered. I was planning to leave a message. I received an interesting referral late last night, which kept me up. I assume you're calling about Elizabeth Black? Chelsey finds a heavy silver pen on her father's desk and grips it. He'd thrown it at her mother once. He'd been working a big case. Up early in the morning, then until all hours of the night. She wasn't sure what her mom wanted, but she did recall the sound of the pen as it hit the closing door. How her mother had ushered Chelsey and Lydia away, saying, "Let's give Daddy some space." Chelsey had spent many childhood years tiptoeing past her father's office. When he finally allowed her in, after Lydia died, she'd felt chosen, anointed. Chelsey swats the memory away. I am. She hasn't spoken very much. Dr. Fisher sighs. You know, I haven't seen her yet, and even if I had, I can't divulge anything. I'm not asking that, Chelsey pauses. At the hospital, she seemed confused, disoriented. She didn't know what city she was in or how long she'd been gone. That is quite possible, Dr. Fisher says quickly. You know, the impact of trauma on memory and recall. Hypothetically speaking, Ellie most likely has disassociated. Chelsey leans back as Dr. Fisher goes on about how Ellie's mind has been rearranged, how the accounts of what happened may be impaired, how she may have trouble sequencing the details, how her memories will be like flashes in the dark. In cases like these, the mind becomes a labyrinth, It's a method of survival, I believe, Cerise says. Then, as patients begin to heal, their brains are more like a surrealist painting. Chelsey thinks of melting walls, stairs leading to nowhere, untouched realms, time curling in on itself, warped grief. What is real? What is not? Blood pumps in Chelsey's ears. She renews her vow to find this person, this man. Chelsey can picture him, a figure sliding along the fences of Ellie's mind, biding his time, ready to strike.
2. Here's a tip for all the girls out there. Never let an abductor take you to a second location. And here are some tips for all the parents of girls out there. Make sure your daughters know there are bigger things to worry about than how much body hair they have, or who is taking whom to prom, or how many friends they have online. Teach them never to pull over onto the side of the road when someone flashes their lights, or to walk into an alley next to a nightclub, or ride their bike down the street in broad daylight, or leave a motel room to find an unoccupied bathroom. To the left was a church with a neon cross. Gas station lights glowed farther down, but I headed across the street to an abandoned parking lot. It was closer, and I was cold. Gravel crunched under my feet. Cars zoomed by on the highway. I passed a few vehicles that I barely glanced at. I don't remember what colors they were or if someone was lurking behind the wheel. Within a few feet, I came to a set of scraggly bushes. I squatted and did my business. I finished quickly and stood. A star streaked across the sky. Hands on my hips, I looked up and made a wish. That's when I saw it. Danny's car parked at the motel. The driver's seat empty. He came. I bounced on my toes and took out my cell phone, ready to text him. But then, hands gripped my shoulders. Alarms blared in my head. A scream built in the back of my throat. One of the hands moved, snaking around to cover my mouth, to muffle my voice. His fingers smelled of dirt and something foul. I gagged. It's the first time I remember the out-of-body feeling. Do you know what I mean? Part of me broke off, detached, and drifted away. I let myself go. I didn't have a choice. Sometimes when I think back on that night, I can almost hear my fractured half whispering, "Go away. Go far away. Stay safe. Stay alive." Now, it makes me sad to think about how far I've gone, how far I've traveled from myself. I'm not sure I can ever return. How do we let go of what no longer exists? I struggled, though. I fought as hard as I could. Black dots sprung in my vision, cold tears leaked from my eyes. All of my power slipped away. My phone fell to the ground, screen cracking. Something sharp stabbed my upper arm. I struggled harder. But soon, my body felt light and weightless. My eyes rolled back in my head. Above me, the stars shone. Dots of white lights in endless black space. Then, nothing. I woke in pitch-black dark, and to pain, a sharp kink in my neck, the kind of deep muscle ache that occurs when you sleep too long in the same position. My mouth felt like it was filled with cotton, and there was a strange metallic taste on my tongue, like I'd sucked on a mouthful of copper pennies. The surface I had been sleeping on was cold, and the cold had seeped in through my clothing. I shivered in the dark. My eyes drifted shut. I wanted to sleep more, but I was in pain, and I didn't know where I was. I remembered the party in the motel, India's cackle as I shotgunned a beer. Had I drank too much and passed out somewhere? I listened carefully. Around me, the sounds of the forest waking up, birds and wind in trees. And yet there was no light. A sudden jolt of fear raced down my spine. I should have heard the highway, seagulls, the ocean, but there was nothing. Wherever I was far from Astoria, far from home. I tried to sit up, but my shoulders slammed into metal encased in soft cushioning? The edge of a seat? I lay back down, pain zigzagging across my shoulder blade. My stomach twisted and I dry heaved. Stars danced in my vision. Not the good kind I love to stare at on calm, clear nights, but the bad kind, the kind that signals an imbalance in your brain. A warning light blinked on in my mind. Danger. 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 Instinctually, my hand went to the back of my neck, then fluttered down to my upper arm. I pressed. Sharp pain flared. I stood, swaying, nauseous and afraid. I breathed through it. I felt around like a blind person, tapping along the curved edges of seats, a floor, walls, windows. A school bus? Above me was a thin square outline of light. The emergency hatch. Suddenly, it didn't matter how I had gotten here. It only mattered that I got out. Adrenaline coursed through me. My heart raced. I was at the hatch, standing precariously on one of the seats. I pushed against the center of it with all the strength of my wrecked body. The hatch opened an inch, enough to let light pour in, but not enough for escape. The rounded edge of a padlock came into view. I pushed harder. It wouldn't budge. I stuck my fingers through the opening. Only cold metal. I pulled my hands back. Then I pushed the center of the hatch again. Nothing. I tried again and again. Sweat dotted my brow and my arms turned to limp noodles. The windows were totally blacked out. But maybe there was cardboard or paper on the outside. Maybe this was a cruel prank. My movements were clumsy, frantic. It took 3 tries before I slid the window down. But no air passed through. Only dirt. I dug my hands into the packed earth and scooped it inside. Dirt spattered the vinyl seat and got into my nose. Soon my hands hit clay and rocks. By this time they were cramping and bruised. I had to stop. I scurried to the back of the bus, to the farthest corner. There I huddled, arms looped around my legs, the weight of the truth crashing down on me. I didn't know how it was possible, but I knew it with certainty. I was underground. Someone had stuck me inside a buried school bus. Even though I was tired, I forced myself to stay awake. Sleep was terrifying. I bent forward and used my thumbnail to scratch a tally into the back of the seat in front of me. The edge of my pinky brushed against another mark, one I hadn't made. My hand drifted over it, tracing the images, circles and lines. Someone had made a stick figure family and crude letters under each drawing. I flattened my hand against the etching. Had someone else been here? Had they been buried too? Broken glassed terror rained down. I screamed and screamed until my lungs dried out, until all I could produce was a whimper, a whistle squeezing between my tight throat and lungs, like a little bird in the dark, singing and singing for no one.
Chapter 6. The press is at Jimmy's house when he wakes up. He parts the blinds and stares, cup of coffee in hand, as they chuckle with one another in the frigid air. He sips and frowns at one of the newscasters who has drifted onto his lawn. He can hear the reporter through the thin pane of glass, practicing his speech. He is lauding Ellie for her resiliency. Jimmy's daughter is the one who got away. People adore a feisty heroine. Ellie is the lucky one. It all makes Jimmy sick. Sick and angry. His little girl's name in their mouths. Like most kids in Coldwell, Jimmy grew up ready to fight at a moment's notice. He trembles with the urge to hit something. A maroon SUV parks along the curb. Sam's car. Jimmy's elder daughter's family wades through the sea of reporters. Sam's wife, Valerie, holds their baby, Mia, in one arm and wraps the other around Sam. Both women hunch and scurry toward the house. Mia wails. "I said no comment, assholes!" Sam slams the door. Valerie wanders into the corner of the living room, whispering platitudes to Mia. The baby's bawling subsides to a whimper. "Dad!" Then Sam is in his arms, and he's cupping the back of her head while she soaks his shirt with tears. He takes a moment and lets his cheek rest on the top of her head. She does not fit like she did when she was a child, right into the crook of his chest. She doesn't cling like she used to either. In fact, they don't hug much. Guilt stabs at him. He's enjoying the moment while Ellie is upstairs. "Where is Ellie? Where's Mom?" comes Sam's muffled voice. She pulls away and tilts her head up at him, and it is like she's a little girl again, looking at Jimmy as if he holds the solutions to the universe. It is Jimmy's greatest secret that he knows nothing. He fears someday he will be found out. Fears that someday someone will realize he has spent most of his life up before dawn, just trying to figure out how to get by. "You're the man of the house, Jimmy," he remembers his aunt telling him, mouth full of potato salad, after his dad died when he was 8. "You take care of your family." They're both sleeping. Sam nods. Then her eyes narrow at a pack of cigarettes on the mantel. "I thought Mom quit." Adult Sam is back. Sam was 10 when Ellie was born. She'd been excited about a little sister, had been a little helper, a second mother, and it stayed that way for the rest of her life. It does not escape Jimmy that Sam sometimes tries to mother her own mother, him too. When Sam had Mia, it was clear she planned to do things differently than her parents did. Better was heavily implied. He supposed that was the natural way of things, wanting to fix your parents' mistakes. Jimmy is left-handed, and his father had forced him to use his right. When Kat had been pregnant with Sam, Jimmy made a big deal of never asking his kid to change. Jimmy runs a hand through his hair, surprised at how thin it is. He wonders if he's been asleep the last 2 years, and is only awake now, with the world completely changed around him. "Cut her some slack, would you? It's been a rough night." "She needs to learn better coping mechanisms," Sam says. "You're enabling her." Enable. Sam had said something similar about how he and Kat parented Ellie. When Ellie stole Sam's ID, Sam wanted them to report it to the police. "It's identity fraud," she'd exclaimed. "You have to report her. If you don't, it's enabling. She'll never learn." Sam's need for control doubled after Ellie disappeared, then tripled when she had Mia. When Kat watched Mia, Sam brought over typed annotated schedules. "You may let Mia cry for 7 minutes when you put her down. Then go back in and gently reassure her that you're there, but do not pick her up. She can have anything organic and nothing with more than 3 grams of sugar." This is the ripple. Sam will be strict with Mia, because Sam always thought they were too soft on Ellie. Maybe being strict will work, but most likely not. He should have taught his daughters that you cannot save yourself from heartbreak. You cannot save yourself from grief. "How is she?" Sam asks. "I don't know," is all he says, honestly. The floorboards in the hallway squeak, and then Ellie appears, a specter in the doorway. Sam gasps and cups her hands over her mouth. Valerie smiles, bouncing Mia. "Ellie, it's good to see you again. Welcome home. This is your niece, Mia." Ellie blinks, turns, and walks away. They hear the back door slam. Sam steps forward, but Jimmy throws up a hand. "I'll go." Outside, the garage door is open. Boxes line the walls. Old bikes with flat tires lean on each other. There is a broken shop vac, a dented bumper. Jimmy has a hard time throwing things away, believing someday they may need them. It is always good to have something to sell. It is Jimmy's greatest shame Kat worked at the salon while she was pregnant and after she had the girls. He knew Kat was ashamed too. She used to tell the girls at the shop she was working to keep herself busy. Then she'd come home and add up her tips, carefully stacking the bills. One pile for formula, another for diapers. Too many times to count, He's had to go to one of those check cashing places with interest around 20%. He always went late, right before closing. It could never look the teller in the eye. "Ellie, you in here?" he calls, and finds her at the very back, at the workbench. "I'm just getting some air," she says. She hasn't showered and wears one of Jimmy's old jackets. The size is too big, and the color, sand, washes her out. He steps forward and picks up a plastic pipe, rolling it around in his hands. It's small, only 6 inches, with capped edges. It's a remnant from when he fixed some ductwork at the house. "You get this down?" He holds it up. The tip of his left ring finger is missing. He'd been out on the boat and alone when fishing wire twisted around his finger, slicing it clean off. Blood soaking the deck. He'd wrapped up his hand and finished his day before stopping by the ER on the way home. A flush sweeps across Ellie's cheeks. A similar reaction when Jimmy asked her about stealing Sam's license way back when. "No," she states. Jimmy sighs and decides to let it go. He does not want to cause friction. It's not a big deal. He places the pipe back up high and faces Ellie, crossing his arms. "There's a lot of press outside." Sam is inside. "I've got some work to do on the boat. Was thinking of heading to the docks." It's how they used to connect, out on the water. Ellie would come with him on short fishing runs and test her dead reckoning skills or chart the stars. Ellie curls her hands in. That sounds good. A rush of relief. Finally, something he can fix. "We can stop on the way and pick up a new phone for you." He already has his phone out and is texting Kat and Sam that he's taking Ellie away. Ellie shakes her head as if dislodging something unpleasant. Her eyes are dark with guilt, and she glances down. "I don't need a phone." Jimmy draws in a breath. Now he remembers. They'd fought about a new phone before she disappeared. It was why she had the motel party, Jimmy later learned. It seems like such a small issue now. The most inconsequential thing. Especially because Jimmy and Kat were doing all right then financially. They could have pinched their pennies, gotten Ellie a new phone, saved her life. Jimmy thinks about choices people make, how a decision cascades, how one event can change everything. "Sure you do. I bet we can get the same number. We never canceled your plan. We'll get you a new phone," he insists. And Ellie doesn't say anything. But she does follow him out of the garage and into his truck. Jimmy's boat is called Turmoil. She is 46 feet of fiberglass, aluminum, and wood. Her paint is peeling. The deck is stained with rust and fish blood, and sometimes the engine smokes. But she's a good boat, reliable and worthy of trips all the way to Alaska. Ellie stands on the deck next to the cargo hatch, peering into 11,000 pounds of tuna on ice. Jimmy imagines hundreds of round black eyes staring back up at her, questioning. She has not spoken very much since they left. Only a begrudging thank you when he pressed the new phone into her hand. She left it in the car. Jimmy pulls a bag of coarse salt across the deck. He's wearing thick gloves. "Back up." Ellie steps away, and he dumps the salt into the hatch. It will mix with the water to make a brine, which will keep the tuna frozen until he can process and sell it. It also causes moderate to severe burns. Jimmy's arms are flecked with red spots from the brine. Ellie wanders to the railing, wind blowing hair in her face, and he watches her. "You want to take her out a while?" he yells over the sound of water pumping into the cargo hatch. Jimmy is a solemn man, but the ocean opens him up. He believes everything is 10 times more beautiful when you're on the water. He used to believe the ocean swallowed problems, but he doesn't anymore. He knew Kat was pissed when he went out on the boat 3 days after Ellie disappeared. Honest to God, he'd stared into the ocean and thought of throwing himself over. He had failed at protecting his daughter. He deserved to die. He hated himself. But he'd come back and thought himself a coward because he couldn't do it. He wanted to live, to be with Kat, to fish and remember Ellie and the good times. His baby girl was all over the boat, standing at the helm, face turned up, laughing at the sea spray. Behind the wheel, tongue tucked in the corner of her mouth as they navigated home by the stars. Dancing on the deck to Motown and singing to the fish. They'd been happy then. She's gripping the railing now, and her eyes are squeezed shut, and Jimmy can tell something is wrong. Askew. He struggles to find words. He'd been a quiet boy and had a slight lisp when he was younger. Kids at school made fun of him, called him a girl. So he kind of stopped speaking after that. Used the least amount of words possible. While Jimmy is quiet, Ellie darts away. "Ellie," Jimmy calls, but she's already climbing the ladder and running down the dock. Shit, shit, shit. He rips the gloves from his hands, remnants of the brine burning his fingers, and chases her. He flashes on a memory of Ellie at age 4, running from him, lost in a hurricane of a temper tantrum. She hadn't been looking where she was going and ran toward the ocean. A wave came, knocked her down, and he scooped her up before the ocean could take her. He relives that moment now, the sickening dread, the fear you may lose something precious. After he'd rescued her, he'd tossed her up in the air, crying and laughing at the same time. Now, he slows, seeing her waiting for him by the truck. The tin-roofed cannery is behind her. Once, it boasted hundreds of jobs, and now, only a few, mostly replaced by machines. Big companies are buying up commercial boats and licenses. Jimmy has had offers for 7 figures, but he won't take it. It's his legacy. He is from a long line of laborers, of maimed men, underpaid men, salt of the earth men. Jimmy believes all of his self-worth lies on the boat, and the blood-soaked planks and peanut butter sandwiches. He lumbers forward and watches as Ellie plucks a white piece of paper from the windshield. She stares at it, face drawn, then crumples it in her palm. Jimmy is still regaining his breath when he reaches her. He feels old, out of shape. "Jesus Christ, you can't run off like that." "Sorry," Ellie whispers. She's shaking. Her lips and chin tremble, and Jimmy thinks he's made her afraid by yelling. Rage explodes behind Jimmy's eyes. Not at Ellie, but at whoever did this to her. His daughter has never been afraid of him before. A car door slams, and they both turn toward the noise. Detective Calhoun steps out of her plain sedan and waves. "Morning." She smiles bright and walks toward them. The paper falls from Ellie's hand, and Jimmy stoops to pick it up. It's a postcard with birch trees on the front, and the number 3 sharpied on the back. Other cars in the lot are peppered with bright-colored flyers pinned under their windshields, different from the postcard. Odd. But then again, lots of folks come through Coldwell as a stopover on their way to the Olympic National Forest. The woods draw all types. Those who are lost, those seeking to be lost, those with something to say. It's not unusual for cryptic flyers to appear on your doorstep or under your windshield or pinned to telephone poles. Proselytizations flapping in the Coldwell wind. Jimmy recrumples the postcard and throws it into the back of his truck. It lands near the leaflet someone left last week on his windshield. A plain white folded piece of paper with 9 words printed on the inside. May you never ignore your growing sense of disquiet.
Chapter 7. Ellie. Chelsey strides forward, gravel crunching under her shoes. Ellie is wearing an oversized jacket, and her face is pale. Jimmy doesn't appear much better. Chelsey has interrupted something. "Everything okay?" Her voice arches with the question. Ellie's cheeks redden, and she shoves her hands into her pockets. "How'd you know I was here?" Defensiveness caps her tone. "I stopped by the house. Kat let me know." Chelsey keeps her voice neutral. She places her hands on her hips and stares out at the sea. Noah is terrified of most natural disasters. Earthquakes, volcano eruptions, tsunamis. She never much liked the ocean either. Panic inches up her spine every time she peers at the endless horizon. But Lydia? Lydia had loved the sea. Chelsea's sister was giddy imagining all the life under the water. Giant squids, blue whales, bright coral. Her sister fantasized about worlds beyond her own, of escaping. Chelsey. Jimmy holds out a hand. Chelsey clasps Jimmy's hand. Hey, Jimmy. How are you doing? The morning is damp and cold, skulking. The sky gray, the color of wet newspaper. I could do without a bunch of reporters on my lawn and people leaving shit on our porch, Jimmy says. Chelsey nods in acknowledgement. She had to wade through pink teddy bears, candles, and bouquets of flowers to knock on the Blacks' door, not to mention the news vans. But other than that, I'm all right. Happy to have my girl home. Chelsey eyes Ellie, her dark hair like a curtain as it hangs down her face. Yeah, Kat said the media showed bright and early this morning. I'll get a few more units to drive by and try to discourage them. That'd be appreciated. Jimmy nods and stares expectantly at her. I was hoping I might speak with Ellie, Chelsey says evenly with a hint of a smile. A seagull lands nearby with stringy bits of fish in its beak, then gulps it down. I don't know, Chelsey. Jimmy scratches the back of his head. There are blood spots on his hands. But I guess it's up to you, he says to Ellie. Ellie presses her lips together, and Chelsey sees the no forming. We can chat wherever you'd like. Your house, or I can take you two out for some donuts and coffee. What's more comfortable? She looks at them, feeling bad, refusing to take no for an answer. Ellie winces but finally says, My house. 17 minutes later, Chelsey sits across from Ellie in the Blacks' living room. Chelsey expected Ellie to choose her home turf, a place she feels in control. She once interviewed a victim in their bedroom under a pile of comforters. If Ellie were a suspect, Chelsey might bring her to the station, have Ellie sit in a windowless room for a while, maybe even turn up the heat. Then she'd bring in a bottle of water, slide it across the table, and make small talk while slipping in the suspect's Miranda rights. Chelsey sits on the edge of a worn-out recliner, the same chair she sat in while taking Kat's and Jimmy's statements the day Ellie disappeared. Despite her lack of sleep, Chelsey's never felt lighter, more present. It's the adrenaline. A high. She is most alert when she's solving a case. Kat and Jimmy are in the backyard. Cigarette smoke drifts through a cracked window mixing with mandarin candles. The murmur of reporters filters through the thin glass. Chelsey removes an audio recorder from her pocket. I'd like to record this, you mind? Ellie shakes her head and fingers her left wrist. She's still wearing the oversized jacket, like a blanket covering her from neck to knees. It's fine, I guess. Chelsey clicks on the recorder and sets it on the nicked coffee table. Quickly, she lists off the basics. Her name, Ellie's name, the location, date, and time of the interview. Now, she says to Ellie, tell me what you remember. We could start with the night you disappeared? It's quiet for a moment. A faucet drips in the kitchen. Ellie's eyes flick to Chelsey, then away. I was so dumb, she says. Chelsey remains silent, waits. Ellie swipes under her nose. I shouldn't have ever left the party, she says meek. Chelsey nods. Blaming yourself is common in these scenarios. People are conditioned to believe girls plus bad choices equals bad things. It's a type of inoculation. Lead a good life, and nothing heinous will befall you. But no one is invulnerable. No one untouched. The party? Chelsey inserts. Ellie gives an angry chin jerk, and her voice is taut. I had to pee. Someone was hooking up in the bathroom. I'd been drinking. She offers up the detail like a challenge. Chelsey waves a hand. She remembers picking through Ellie's room, finding joints and booze. Secrets. Every teenage girl is hiding something. The contraband didn't amount to much for Chelsey. It did not condemn Ellie. You had a few drinks. It's not your fault. Ellie's arms loosen. She relaxes a bit. I was going to go to a gas station, but the parking lot was closer. I, really had to go. Chelsey nods. Will Gunner, Ellie's ex-boyfriend, corroborated this story 2 years ago when Chelsey interviewed everyone at the party. Ellie had to use the bathroom. That's it. What happened next? I don't know, really. I was grabbed. Drugged with something, I think. After that, it's a blank. Ellie bows her head. I woke up in the dark. When she looks up, her eyes shine wet. Tell me about the dark. What did it smell like? Feel like? Ellie trembles and wipes her tears, leaving wet slashes in the wake of her fingers. It was cold and smelled like mildew, like plastic, like my vinyl records. I could hear birds, an owl sometimes, dogs howling. She abruptly stops and grips her left wrist. You keep touching your wrist. Is there a reason why? Ellie jerks and places her hands under her thighs. No reason. A lie, Chelsey thinks. She waits a beat, an infinite pause for Ellie to fill in more. But Ellie stays mute, chin trembling. All right, let's go back to the dark. How did you feel? I hurt all over, and I was hungry. I was scared. The words come out choppy, serrated. Yes, of course you were. A short pause. Were you alone? No. I mean, yes, for a while. I think a few days. Then what happened? Chelsey edges forward. I was so hungry. I thought I was dying. Then he came. Chelsey swallows. Tell me about him. Ellie's eyes flutter closed. I didn't see his face. It was too bright. He wore a bandana that covered his mouth and nose. Okay. What color was the bandana? Chelsey asks. Sometimes details lead to other details. An angry voice to a furrowed brow with a scar running through it. Red. It was red. It hurt staring up at him. Underground. Ellie was kept somewhere underground, Chelsey realizes. Ellie's eyes open suddenly. I don't want to do this anymore. A sudden sting of disappointment. That's okay. She forces a smile. Perfectly fine. We can pick it up again tomorrow or the next day. We'll take our time. No. Ellie's nostrils flare. I don't want to do this at all. I'm not sure I understand, Chelsey says, though she does. Sometimes victims decline to participate in the investigation. It's their right. To move on. To not relive the painful memories. I don't want to talk anymore. I mean, ever again. No, Ellie, please, she says, breathless with a bit of panic. We don't need to plan another time to speak, but let's not go through the formality of ending the investigation, of making anything official, until we're absolutely sure that's what you want. Without Ellie's participation, the ADA won't touch the case. There'd be no prosecution. Chelsey cannot stand the thought. To have come this close to catching whoever did this, and have it all slip away as easy as a body in the tide. Take all the time you need, Ellie, she says, and it's a defensive move. A tunnel opens inside Chelsey's mind, and she slides backward 15 years. She'd heard Lydia's door open that night, and swung hers wide right after. Where are you going? Chelsey had asked, rubbing a bare foot against her shin. Her toes were painted a dark purple color, called Boris and Natasha. Nowhere. Lydia's hair was crisp and curled, her lips maroon, and she wore a cropped cardigan, a lacy camisole underneath, dressed older but looking young, wide-eyed and fresh, like a mermaid breaking the surface and seeing land for the first time. It had been a harvest moon, and shimmering orange light filled the house. Chelsey didn't budge. Lydia rolled her eyes, and an excited smile lit her face. "I'm going to a party at Oscar's house." Oscar Swan was a senior. Lydia was a sophomore, and Chelsey was a freshman. The girls were not allowed to date yet. Their father was a sit-on-the-porch with a shotgun to scare off boys type. "Can I come?" Chelsey had asked. She worshipped Lydia, had followed her around like a lovesick puppy, copying her mannerisms, wearing her clothes, offering her the last kudos bar. "No," Lydia replied, sharp and smug. "You should see Oscar. He's like obsessed with me." She sobered. "Don't tell Mom and Dad." Chelsey had been more fragile then, much needier. She desperately wanted her sister's approval, wanted to be liked, so she'd answered, "Of course not." Lydia smiled. "Good, because I'd hate you forever if you did." Then she stuck out her pinky. Chelsey had stuck hers out too. "Swear," they'd said, hooking their pinkies together and shaking. Lydia scooted away, pausing at the top of the stairs and pressing a finger to her lips. "Shh, don't tell." Off Lydia went, wild in love. If only Chelsey had held on to Lydia, begged her not to go, or begged to go with her. Maybe Lydia would still be here. Chelsey had waited to tell her parents. 2 whole days passed before Chelsey fessed up. She knew where Lydia had gone. 2 whole days. Chelsey watched her mother weep. 2 whole days, police trudged in and out of her house. 2 whole days before Chelsey's family learned what really happened, that Oscar and Lydia were dead. As a final thought, Chelsey drops her voice and adds, "If you're afraid, we can protect you. There are measures we can take to keep you safe. It is knife-edged in a promise. No one will hurt you as long as you're with me." Ellie gives a short, mirthless laugh, and Chelsey feels its weight. The heavy message inside of it, the looming threat. No one can help me. No one can keep me safe.
3. Here's the thing. I didn't have big dreams. No plans for college, no plans to move away from Coldwell. Not like Sam, who grew like a tree, always reaching higher and higher, hoping to catch the sun. I would have probably married Danny, popped out a couple of kids. It would have been a small life, but it would have mattered. I still matter, don't I? On the bus, every day, I shrank, little by little, until it was unbearable. The desperation, the longing. I think that was the purpose. Actually, I'm nearly positive. Because the moment I felt like nothing, something happened. The second day, I lay crumpled in one of the seats. It will be all right, I told myself over and over again. I was cold and shaking, my teeth painfully chattering. Mom will realize you're not where you're supposed to be. She'll look for you. It will take her an hour, maybe 2, tops. I dug my hands into my pockets. I usually kept my cell phone there, but it was gone. Rain tap-danced on the roof. Dogs howled off in the distance. Mom will call you, I told myself. When you don't answer, she'll sound the alarm. The police will get involved. Dad will return to shore. Danny will lead the charge. Have faith. Keep the faith. They'll find you. All you have to do is listen. In a little while, you'll hear them calling your name. You'll answer back. So I waited. I waited until the light around the hatch faded and the sweat on my brow dried and cooled. I picked underneath my fingernails, where there were little balled-up pieces of skin. Evidence. Had I scratched my attacker? I gathered the skin and put it in my pocket. When I was found, I would present it to the police. I slept lightly and woke with a start. Click, click, click. something was on top of the bus. Animals. A whole bunch. But just in case, I uncurled my body and went back to the hatch. My arms were stiff and slow as I lifted the square metal door. I stuck my fingers out again, tentatively searching. "Hello?" I called gently. A wet nose brushed the tip of my thumb, and then there was a scrape of teeth against it. Involuntarily, my arm withdrew, but I wasn't fast enough. The hatch collapsed on top of my knuckles. I howled in pain. Whatever was on the roof turned tail and skittered off the bus. I returned to my corner, sniffling and sucking on my bruised knuckles. I slept again and awoke to an aching bladder. It was still night. I paced up and down the aisle of the bus. "Come on, I have to take a piss!" Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore. I squatted over the stairs and let myself go. Humiliated tears burned the backs of my eyes. After, I retreated to the back of the bus, far away from the stairs and my filth. I stayed awake this time, eyes trained on the hatch. I blinked when the sun started to fill in the outline again. Another day had begun, and I was still stuck in the dark. On the third day, when the light around the hatch was dimming, I heard a thump, and then another. The rhythmic, slow, heavy tread of human footsteps. I was out of my corner in an instant, dragging my body down the aisle of the bus. I climbed onto the seats below the hatch and screamed. The footsteps stopped. I stilled. Metal scraped against metal, and then there was a click. The hatch opened. A person stared down at me, their face covered with a red bandana, their body limned in light. The person had a flashlight and shined it in my face. It stung. I scurried into a seat and shielded my eyes. "What's your name?" His voice was thick and deep, and his skin was white, the color of sheep's fleece. Dogs crowded at his heels. German shepherds that stuck their noses in the hatch and whimpered. Ellie, I shook. He made a sound. Something dropped into the aisle. He closed the hatch before I could even blink. "No," I moaned. I pounded on the hatch, pain shooting down my arms. "My name is Elizabeth Black." I knew he was still up there, listening. The toes of his boots blotted out the light. I could hear the click of the dog's claws. "My name is Elizabeth Black. Please, my parents will give you anything." I went quiet, waiting. Nothing. "What do you want? You son of a bitch!" I lashed out. He stepped back off the hatch. "No, I didn't mean that. Whatever you want, please." The thump of his boots grew softer in retreat. The dogs went with him. "Please," I said, again and again. I sank back down, huddled in the dark. I landed on something. It was soft and spongy. I picked it up, brought my nose to it. Clean, slightly sweet. Bread. I tore into the loaf, jamming fistfuls of it in my mouth. Then I remembered 2 things had dropped. I felt along the floor under the seats until I found a plastic bottle of water. I took a long, deep drink. My stomach hurt. I'd eaten too quickly, and now the bread was like a rock in my gut. After I finished, I realized the bread and water could be poisoned. The man could have slipped the same drug he had injected me with into the food. Maybe I should throw up. But the damage was already done. And slipping back into that dark slumber where everything was forgotten didn't sound that bad. I wanted to forget. I took the remaining bread and water to the back of the bus and steeled myself for another night. My head fell back and rested on the old vinyl. My hands fisted at my sides. I imagined my family at home, mostly my mom. When I was still young enough to curl in her lap, the sun streaming through the window. It's painful to think of that now, back when love felt good. Every few days the man came, wearing his red bandana. He'd open the hatch and stare down at me. He always asked the same question. "What is your name?" I always gave the same answer. "My name is Elizabeth Black." And then I would beg, consumed with panic. "Please, let me out. I'll give you whatever you want. Anything." He'd throw me more bread and water, and I would scurry to collect it, a dog diving for scraps under the dinner table. I saved the bread and water and rationed them, tucking them both under the seat at the back of the bus where I slept. I allowed myself a few sips a day, and when it rained, I gathered water from the hatch by cupping my hands and drank until I was full. Sometimes the bread would mold. I could smell it. I ate it anyway. And the loneliness? I thought I might die from it. Burrowed under my skin and fed on my blood and bones like a parasite. When the man returned, I refused to answer him. "What is your name?" he asked. I kept silent, tucking my chin into my chest and refusing to move from the driver's seat. He slammed the hatch shut and locked it up. He didn't leave me any bread or water, a punishment for my silence. The man didn't come for 5 days. It was the longest stretch I'd gone without seeing him. My bread and water ran out. No rain came. Hunger and thirst gnawed, and I pulled down the windows on the bus, sucking moist dirt through my teeth, searching for a single drop of water until I choked. I ate worms, too, their bodies squirming and falling still as my incisors cut them in two. It wasn't the worst thing I did on that bus. Here's what I learned about the human body. It is hardwired to live. No matter how much you will your heart to cease its gentle beating, it will endure. Instinct kicks in, driving you to extremes, like feeling along your thigh, your arm, thinking of ways to make your appendages bleed so you can experience the sensation of wetness on your tongue. But then I stopped thinking of my family. I stopped craving food. I stopped dreaming. I don't think I knew how to anymore. More days slipped by. I lay down on the bench seat at the back of the bus, sure I wouldn't get up again. It was time to give up. Give in. I'd reached my lowest point. My eyes fluttered closed, ready for it. For death, cruel and glorious and sweet. Footsteps. The hatch opened. I couldn't move. I was too weak. Light flooded the cavernous space. The man's shadow stretched the length of the school bus aisle until it almost touched me. "What is your name?" he called down, a finality to his words. If I did not answer, he would not return. The dog sniffed at the opening. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words got stuck in my throat. What's my name? What's my name? I couldn't remember. Did I even exist anymore? I squeezed my hand into a trembling fist. My bruised knuckles sent a shockwave of pain through me. Yes, I was still there, still alive. Barely. "What is your name, girl?" he asked. Girl? Yes, I was a girl. I was a girl who loved a boy. What was the boy's name? My fingers skimmed the scratches in the vinyl. I had etched my name there once. But it was jumbled up. Name, name, name. The word beat like a drum in my head. But nothing followed. I spiraled into darkness. The man moved, and the hatch closed halfway. He hadn't thrown me any food. I tried to scream, but it came out as a grunt. It was all I could manage. The hatch opened back up. The best gift. "Tell me your name, girl." He crouched at the edge of the opening. His boots sent specks of dirt fluttering down, a show of glitter suspended in the sunlight. One of the dogs lay beside him inside. I managed to slip from the bench seat. I crawled down the aisle. The grating dug into my hands. The man was patient. I stopped below him, tipping my chin to the light. I don't know. Don't know what? New words. He had never said so much before. Please don't go away. My limbs shook, and so did my voice. My name. I don't remember it. The man stood. I thought he was going to close the hatch. I resigned myself to a slow death on the bus. I would die on this grating. I was too weak to move back to my safe spot. I was ready. Let my soul rise above my body. In the distance, I heard the phantom voice of my mom calling. In my thoughts, I answered back, I'm coming. Won't be long now before I am home. But he didn't leave. He lay down, dipping the upper half of his body into the bus. He reached for me. Take my hand. My eyes were wet with tears. I reached back. My hand closed around his wrist. He pulled me up into the daylight, nearly yanking my arm out of its socket. The sun blinded me. Even though I couldn't remember my own name, or the name of the boy I loved, I remembered the name of the feeling sweeping through me. Joy. At last.
Chapter 8. Underground. Dark. A red bandana. Cold. The smell of vinyl. Beneath the glow of a green-shaded lamp, Chelsey sits in her father's office and replays her interview with Ellie Black, listing the facts on a sheet of paper, a loose, non-sequential outline. She clicks off the recording and presses her palms against her eyes until she sees stars. She is stumped, frustrated by Ellie's refusal to cooperate. But she has been here before, standing at the bottom of the well, staring at the stone when she really should be looking up, searching for a new angle. She opens Ellie's case file, mouse drifting to the photographs. The images are still jarring. Ellie with her limbs outstretched, each bruise measured and catalogued. There are pictures of her clothing, items laid out on a steel table, a dingy white bra and a pair of thin underwear with pinholes from overuse, a pair of unlaced shoes, jeans, a sweatshirt with a University of Washington volleyball insignia. The bloodstain is smeared as if wiped. A transfer, then, not from a gunshot or other spatter. Could the sweatshirt have been used to clean blood off of something or someone? A small square of fabric has been cut from the center of the stain to be submitted for analysis. It will be run in CODIS, the combined DNA index system, for a match. If the blood isn't Ellie's, and if Ellie's abductor has priors, it will show up. Blood always tells. Chelsey leans forward and rubs her lips until the letters blur together. What had Ellie been wearing when she was taken? She slides back in time, recalling her initial conversation with Kat the day after Ellie disappeared. It was mid-morning. Ellie had been missing for less than 10 hours. Kat had peered up at the ceiling. What was she wearing? I don't know. At that moment, Kat was pale and blank, the physical manifestation of the word shock. You know, I lost Ellie once when she was a toddler. We were in Seattle at the Children's Museum. 1 minute she was there, and the next she was gone. You turn your head for 1 second. Anyway, we found her in the next exhibit. One of my girlfriends said I should start carrying a photograph of Ellie just in case. I'd forgotten about that until now. Kat wrung her hands, too distraught to continue. She squeezed her eyes shut, then forced herself to carry on. We fought about her jeans yesterday. She'd written on them with a Sharpie. Did you and your mom ever fight? She asked Chelsey. No, Chelsey replied, thinking of her teenage years after Lydia died, how she and her mother orbited each other like binary stars, never crossing paths. You couldn't fight if you didn't speak to each other. That's good, Kat said with a furtive smile. She shook her head. I can't remember her top. I should have told her she couldn't go out last night. but I didn't want to fight again. It's been rough with Ellie, much rougher than with my first. We got pregnant with Sam when I was 18, and I waited to have Ellie until I was older. I wanted to do it right, you know? All the things with Sam I got wrong. But Ellie, she's so different than I imagined. So much harder. I can't help thinking she's somewhere and needs my help. In my head, I keep hearing the words, Ellie needs me. Ellie needs me. Chelsey sucked in air through her teeth, feeling a kinship with Kat. It haunted her, too. The voice she could not hear. Often, she wondered what Lydia's last moments were like. How much blood she'd lost. What she saw. What she said. If she'd begged. Asked for her mother or for Chelsey. Enough. Chelsey shook it off. It's no problem you don't remember what Ellie was wearing, Chelsey had said to Kat, flipping her notebook shut. I'm heading to India's after this, and I'll ask her. See if she has any photographs. India did have a picture of them drinking wine coolers and flashing peace signs in the cheap motel room. Chelsey opens that photo now. It takes a moment to load on her father's old Dell computer, the image revealing itself one static inch at a time. There, Ellie was wearing a maroon crop top with a flannel over it. These are not the clothes Ellie was wearing in the forest. Not the clothes stripped from her body in the hospital. Not the clothes laid out on the metal table. This University of Washington sweatshirt, jeans, and tennis shoes, are new clothes. Not surprising, it's been more than 2 years. Her abductor could have bought them. But maybe Chelsey could trace them. There's a lightness in her chest. A lead. She narrows in on the sweatshirt. It's a popular school. Could Ellie's abductor be an alumnus? She zooms in. The emblem is the UW logo with the word volleyball underneath. She clicks to the next photo of the back of the sweatshirt, a number 55. She opens her browser and searches UW volleyball. Rosters date to 2011. No players with the number 55. Huh. She clicks back to the photograph of the front of the sweatshirt and zooms in on the tags. One-of-a-kind custom college apparel. She searches the company online and phones customer service, perching on the edge of her seat while the line rings. An answering service picks up. Thanks so much for calling One-of-a-kind custom college apparel. You've reached us after business hours. She leaves a message with her details. This is Chelsey Calhoun. I'm a detective with the Coldwell Police Department. I have a question regarding a sweatshirt purchased from your company. Please give me a call back as soon as possible. Disconnecting the call, Chelsey flexes her hands and rubs her eyes. She's tired now, her body achy. When was the last time she slept? She cannot remember. Never a good sign. She stumbles to the couch in her father's office and collapses. She dreams of the beach, of Coldwell's rocky bluffs. And it is no longer a dream but a flood, an infinite sleeping memory, a loop she lives in, of a car mangled and crumpled, perched precariously on a wedge of basalt, tipping in the wind. They'd been driving around Coldwell searching for Lydia when they got the call. Her parents told her to stay put in the back seat, but Chelsey had followed them, past the uniform vomiting in the sand reeds, down the path in her pale pink puffer jacket. Below, she recognized the blue sedan as Oscar's car. The driver's door was open. Oscar's body sprawled half out of it. A gouge in his forehead, watery blood leaving a trail down and pooling in his open eyes. One of his K-Swiss shoes was a foot away, lodged on a sharp rock. His fist was full of Lydia's hair. The yellow strands, bloated with sea foam, a chunk of her scalp weighing it down. Chelsey's mother screamed and went as if to fling her body over the edge, but a cop held her back. Chelsey's father could not move. His face was white, bleached completely of color. A murder-suicide, police ultimately determined. Oscar killed Lydia, then himself. A shrill ring rends the memory in half, and Chelsey bolts up. She finds her phone on the carpet. Detective Calhoun, she answers. It is light out now, and she's suffering a faux hangover. Her mouth full of cotton, her eyeballs sticky and dry. Yeah, this is Gino from one-of-a-kind custom college apparel. We received a phone call from you. His deep voice curls into a question. Yes. Chelsey scrambles to the desk and pounds the computer awake. The sweatshirt photos are still on the screen. I'm a detective working a missing person case and have a piece of evidence. Clothing purchased from you. I'd like to track down who made the order. All right, I'm not sure if I'll be of any help. We ship around 500 units a week. But let me pull up the records. Wait. He pauses. Maybe I should check with my manager. Do you need a warrant for this? No, I don't, is all Chelsey says. And there is quiet on the other end of the line. You could help me find a missing girl's abductor. She stops, waiting for the idea to take root and blossom. Gino could be a hero. A short beat. You got a style number? I need all 8 digits plus what comes after the dash. That'll help me figure out the year. Where is it located? She zooms in on the tag. No numbers, only the company name and size. Small. Inside of the sweatshirt, left-hand seam. I don't have that. Chelsey rubs the bridge of her nose. Without that, the sweatshirt is gray with a University of Washington volleyball insignia and the number 55 on the back, she says, sharp, insistent, but calm. Can you search using any of those parameters? Hold on. Let me check if any orders came in with a special request for that number. It'll take a minute. But you know, this computer system only goes back 5 years. Anything before that isn't accessible anymore. Give it a try, Chelsey prompts. There is tapping in the background. Got something, he says. An order from 2018 for a custom sweatshirt. University of Washington volleyball, number 55. He whistles low. Man, this is lucky. Did I say we ship out over 500 units? Name? Name on the order, please? Her palm is sweaty. This could be something. Or this could be nothing. But the chance, the promise of it, makes Chelsey salivate. She has a tree to shake now. A fight to win. He sighs. Althea Barlow. Chelsey takes down the address and hangs up on Gino mid-sentence. She types the name into the computer. A headline appears. Missing girl found dead. Althea's name is highlighted as the grandmother of Gabrielle Barlow, a 16-year-old girl last seen 5 years ago in a University of Washington volleyball sweatshirt. And found. Found about 1.5 years ago, deceased. The story unspools around Chelsey. Gabrielle's body was discovered on Spencer Island, a marshy park area northeast of Coldwell. She'd been strangled. No other details but the date. There's a photograph of Gabrielle. She is roughly the same age as Ellie. Same dark hair, white, big eyes and lips puckered for the camera. Chelsey sits back, unanchored and adrift, but happy to let the tide take her. What new island will she wash up on? She does the math while gnawing on her cheek. Gabrielle Barlow disappeared years before Ellie, but was found 6 months after Ellie was abducted. Their timelines overlapped. What does that mean? Could they have been at the same place at the same time? Held somewhere together? Adrenaline surges through Chelsey's body, and she shoots upright to stand. She gathers her coat, her keys, and gets in the car. Her hands flex around the wheel. She is still deep in the well, but instead of looking up, instead of staring at the stone, she is digging now. What was Ellie doing wearing a dead girl's clothes? Chapter 9. A baby cries on the other side of the door. Chelsey checks her phone to make sure she has the correct address. The Tacoma detective had texted it to her an hour ago, saying, "Sure, we can talk about the Barlow case. I'm on maternity leave. You mind coming by my house?" After finding Gabrielle Barlow in the MUPS directory, Chelsey called the lab tech. I need a rush on the blood samples from Ellie Black's sweatshirt. See if it's a match against Gabrielle Barlow. Case number. Then she'd call the detective in charge of Gabrielle's case in Tacoma, only to learn he'd retired. A junior detective had inherited Gabrielle, and here Chelsey is on her front doorstep. She raises her hand and knocks sharp and loud. A dog barks. The door opens. A woman answers in a tank top, open flannel shirt, sweatpants, and a burp cloth slung over her shoulder. A perky golden retriever noses his way past her, spins a circle around Chelsey's legs, then prances back inside. "Hi," she smiles. Her face is plain, makeup-free, her complexion ruddy. "You must be Detective Calhoun. I'm Detective Ross. Call me Chelsey." Chelsey sticks out a hand. "Brielle." She shakes Chelsey's hand and swings the door open. "Come on in. Thanks for agreeing to visit me at home. I'm technically on maternity leave, but you know the job." She trails off and peers over her shoulder. "Would you mind your shoes?" Chelsey toes off her boots. Her socks are Noah's, too big with gray toes and heels. Brielle shows Chelsey into the living room. Some sort of contraption is moving up and down in a slow, steady motion, and inside it is a swaddled baby that resembles an old man. "Cute," Chelsey says. "Yeah, I think I'll keep her." Brielle smiles in a way all moms do when talking about their children. "You got kids?" Brielle slumps down into a large armchair and gestures for Chelsey to sit. The golden retriever settles at her feet, resting his head on his paws. "Nope." Chelsey posts herself on the edge of a lumpy couch. There is a breast pump on the coffee table, yellow with tubes and suction cups, an alien-looking device. "Well, my only advice is not to have one until you're ready. And even when you feel like you're ready, you're not ready. Oh, and make sure you have some sort of help lined up. I don't know what I'd do without my mom and sisters." Chelsey smiles uncomfortably. She doesn't think much of having children. She's discussed it with Noah before, but in a far-off, distant, future sort of way. She's made no plans, no promises. Lydia had been the one who wanted children. Time erodes, and Chelsey is lying in bed with Lydia. Lydia is 8. Chelsey is 7. Down the stairs, their parents have guests over for the new year. It's merry, but there is an undercurrent of dread. Y2K. Chelsey's dad doesn't believe it, but her mother made him buy a survival kit, just in case. But Chelsey and Lydia are oblivious. They huddle together under Lydia's Barbie sheets. It doesn't matter Chelsey was adopted or Lydia was the Calhoun's biological child. They were like twins, absolutely enchanted with each other. It is the only time, besides being held by her mother, Chelsey has ever felt perfectly loved. In the dark, under a canopy bed, they whispered their dreams to each other. Lydia's dream was to get married and have kids young, like Mom and Dad, she said with a soft, expectant smile, confident the world would be hers. Later, the dream changed. "I hate Coldwell," she announced at 13. "I can't wait to get out of here." "Coldwell PD, huh?" Brielle's question cuts through Chelsey's thoughts. "I've been a detective there 2 years now." She keeps her voice low for the sleeping baby. "You don't have to whisper," Brielle smiles. "She'll sleep through anything. Vacuums, dogs barking, you name it." She sighs. "When I entered the force, I imagined I might be a sergeant someday." She smiles. "But now I'm not sure. I have the baby and am one of 4 women in the precinct, and 2 are front office staff." Chelsey softens a fraction. She understands what it is like to be a woman and considered defective. How often has she been told by a fellow officer they'd rather have a 240-pound man watching their back than a slight woman? It did not matter Chelsey could shoot better than most. or that she was smart, too. She was a liability. I'm the only woman in my precinct. I mostly keep to myself. She liked her sergeant fine. In some ways, Abbott reminded Chelsey of her father. Stoic. Inflexible. I don't know why I stay. My dad was an officer. Chelsey volunteers, and she's not sure why. It's in your blood, then. Chelsey does not correct Brielle. She just nods politely. It is something thicker than blood, she thinks, though. Her father had been dubious about his children in law enforcement. But then Lydia was killed, and everything changed. Her father had passed her the baton. Do not let what happened to Lydia happen to you. Do not let what happened to Lydia happen to any other girls. There had been pride in his eyes when she graduated from the academy. He'd patted her back right between the shoulder blades. Sometimes she could still feel it. The thwomp, thwomp, thwomp. Everything was illuminated in that bright moment. Silence reigns. Then Brielle says, "So, you want to know about Gabrielle Barlow?" Chelsey nods. A sweatshirt with her initials was discovered on a victim a day ago. Brielle's mouth hitches up. I've seen the news. Elizabeth Black, right? I think she was wearing Gabrielle's sweatshirt. What can you tell me about the case? Chelsey flips open a notepad. She rubs her knees. I'm not sure how much help I can be. After the detective originally assigned retired, I inherited the case 2 years ago, along with about 40 others. Indignation curls in Chelsey's abdomen. All these girls lost twice over. First, to unknown circumstances, and then to the chain of command, to retirees, to shifting political landscapes, to budget cuts. Anything will help, Chelsey says, trying to hide her frustration. Gabrielle's parents weren't around. She lived with her maternal grandmother. Brielle pauses. Grandma waited almost 36 hours before reporting her missing. The original detective thought the old woman might be good for it. Neighbors said they'd heard Gabby and her grandma fighting all the time. Yelling, slamming doors, that kind of thing. But never anything physical? Nothing reported. No calls to police for domestic disputes. No visits to hospitals. Teachers said Gabby was always clean and well taken care of. They dropped the grandma thread. Then they found Gabby's car on the side of the road. There was evidence of a struggle. The driver's side window had been broken, and her blood was on some of the shards of glass found. There were marks in the dirt, too, like she'd been dragged to a vehicle. The baby's mouth opens in a mew of discontent, and Brielle's attention shifts. She turns away from Chelsey and leans down to change the setting on the contraption. Now, it zigzags. The baby quiets. This thing cost $300, and it is the best money I've ever spent. She taps her thigh. What else? What else? She snaps her fingers. CCTV footage caught a station wagon following Gabby, but no license plate. Chelsey's breath catches in her throat. A station wagon. An image of the Pentecostal church's CCTV footage springs to Chelsey's mind. She remembers seeing a station wagon sandwiched between two semis. Yep, Brielle tells her. The wagon followed her through a stoplight. But like I said, no license plate. The old detective tried to run it down, but didn't have the manpower to check all the registrations. You know how it goes. She trails off, letting Chelsey fill in the blanks. Unfortunately, Chelsey does know how it goes. All these dangling threads, and not enough people to pull them. Anyway, that's about it. All efforts to find Gabrielle were exhausted. The case had gone cold. Then her body was discovered? Brielle nods. Near a popular equestrian trail. A horse bucked its owner, and they found the animal nudging at the body. She was naked, had been strangled. No ligature marks. They used their hands. Chelsey flashes on Ellie. She'd been bruised, but not around the neck. Still, she could have escaped, or been left for dead. It tracks. Is that why Ellie is so frightened? She isn't supposed to be alive? Could she be scared her abductor will return to finish the job? Any fingerprints? DNA? Chelsey asks, although she knows the answer. Brielle's lips flatten. Nope. The medical examiner said she'd been out there about a month. She wasn't killed there, though. It was clear she'd been dumped. We were lucky to determine the cause of death. The guy was smart and carefully timed when he got rid of the body. And he buried her deep, far from the trail. A flash flood came through and caused a landslide washed Gabby up. Pure chance she was even found. What else? There was wild game in Gabrielle's stomach. Deer. And Queen Anne's lace was found in her bloodstream. Queen Anne's lace? A plant that looks like a weed. I pull it out of my garden every year. Gabrielle was probably eating it. Her teeth were bad, near rotten. Brielle stops and wrinkles her nose. That all? Brielle shakes her head. There were bite marks on her bones, her legs. Chelsey stills. Could you tell what kind of animal? She remembers Ellie mentioning hearing howling. The dog hairs found on her clothing. Canine? Dog specifically, Brielle confirms. Lab says most likely inflicted before she died, Brielle says, and Chelsey shudders. She shakes her head. It's hard to think about, especially after having kids. I'll have all the files forwarded to you, and you can see for yourself. She pulls herself from the chair. If you want to confirm the sweatshirt, you'll need to talk to Gabrielle's grandmother. Okay if I contact her? Detectives could be touchy about their cases. Possessive. Chelsey stands too. Brielle whips out her phone, and Chelsey's dings with an incoming text. Here's the address. I spoke with her this morning. She's expecting you.
Chapter 10. Dr. Cerise Fisher surveys the legal pad balancing on her lap. On top, a single line is written. Elizabeth Black, 5/24/2022. She glances up. Elizabeth sits so still on the sage-colored couch that someone could be painting her portrait. Rain splatters against the thin-paned windows. Outside, the ocean is a violent clash of waves. Cerise's office is on the top floor of a converted Victorian mansion. The doors are heavy and swell shut in the summer. She liked the idea of patients entering a place resembling a home, of traveling the spiral staircase to her office in the turret. There was something whimsical about it that called to Cerise as well when she rented it. A fanciful notion of princesses in castles. Elizabeth? Cerise says. Her voice is smooth and low, inviting. She's been told the tone is reminiscent of her great-grandmother's who'd immigrated from Jamaica and been a nanny. She loved singing to her charges. Her favorite lullaby was Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Ellie blinks. Everyone calls me Ellie. Okay, Ellie. Cerise smiles. She is a middle child. A people-pleaser. A helper. Some cliches are true. Since this is our first session, I thought we could get to know each other. Chat a bit. How does that sound? Ellie doesn't answer. Her eyes land on something over Cerise's shoulder. Cerise shifts to see what has captured Ellie's attention. Have you seen one of those before? Ellie shakes her head. It's a Newton's cradle. It demonstrates the conservation of energy. Cerise reaches and pulls back one of the spheres and lets it drop. It collides with the others and sends the sphere on the opposite end swinging out. The pattern continues, keeping a steady beat like a metronome. Delicate, clinking noise fills the office. Cerise settles back to peer at Ellie again. And that's about all I know about physics. Ellie's lips twitch with the beginnings of a smile, but it's quickly wiped away. I like it. It's kind of comforting. Her gaze stays trained on it. Cerise inhales and regards Ellie with a tilt of her head. How are you doing right now? In this moment. Ellie's hands flex, and she bites her lip. Are you nervous? No. Her denial is quick, and her eyes flick everywhere, all over the office. The brain is always vigilant, always assessing for danger, searching for threats. But when something happens to someone, something traumatic, the brain becomes hyper-vigilant. Thinking isn't possible. Cerise wonders if this is happening to Ellie, if she's reverted to some primal state. Yes, actually, kind of nervous, Ellie admits. Okay, let's go with that. What's making you nervous? Are you nervous to be here? Cerise perches at the edge of her chair, ready to receive, to listen without judgment. Ellie shrugs. Here, anywhere, alive. She laughs, but it is dry. No humor in it. Are you not supposed to be alive? Ellie's mouth forms a firm line. Cerise senses she's lost Ellie again to some hollow space. You've been home for a few days now. The hospital report stated you were having acute anxiety triggered by lights and noises. How has that been? Cerise pretends to leaf through the file underneath her notepad. She's memorized most of the details of Ellie's case, but she wants to give Ellie a moment. Fine. The headaches are better. I don't feel... Ellie trails off. You don't feel... anything, she says, her voice raspy all of a sudden. I don't feel anything. It's like I'm wrapped in cellophane. Cerise's heartbeat slows. That's understandable. It is? Yes, Cerise nods. I don't know what happened to you. She waves a hand at Ellie's open mouth. And you don't have to tell me right now. This is all conjecture on my part. But when someone becomes overwhelmed, a person may disassociate. It's a survival response, and it can manifest in many ways. Amnesia, identity confusion or alteration, depersonalization. What's that? Cerise grips her notes, thinking. Let's see, how to explain. Depersonalization is a kind of detachment. When you say you feel as if you are wrapped in cellophane, that would be depersonalization. The world is more dreamlike or unreal in that state. Tears pool in Ellie's eyes. Cerise has struck a target. Identity confusion is a loss of who you are, a struggle of sorts, and identity alteration is a change. Like something in your behavior is fundamentally different, such as refusing to shower or sleeping in a crawl space, or turning the lock on your bedroom door over and over again, or not eating but hoarding food. Over the last few days, Cerise has had long conversations with Kat. She reacted strangely when I wanted to cut her hair. Said she was not allowed. Cerise knows what Ellie is like now, or at least she has a good idea. But she would like to know the Ellie before, too. That is how healing starts, bandaging those past wounds. When you study what you've been through, what happened to you, it loses its power. And then you have a choice. Stay or move on. Ellie cups her knees. That makes sense. Red and blue lights flash against the window, slicing up the neutral room. An email circulated last week about increased traffic in the area. Ellie tenses. The governor is in town, she explains, hoping to calm Ellie. Sweat has formed on Ellie's brow, and she compulsively rocks. Cerise shoots up from her chair and closes the curtains with a swish. They are flimsy and near see-through, but help filter the brightness. She sits back down. Sorry about that. Better? Ellie inhales long, exhales long. Repeats, flexing her fingers. When she opens her eyes, they are bloodshot, ravaged with terror. Bright lights are still bothering me. Her voice is rough as sandpaper. Do you want me to dim the lights? Or would you like to sit where I'm sitting, with your back to the window? She aches for Ellie. What happened to this girl? No. Sorry I'm so jumpy. Ellie musters a smile. Won't look at Cerise. The clock behind Ellie is near the top of the hour. They have 15 minutes left in the session. It's fine. It's quiet for a moment. Rain patters against the window. What are you thinking about, Ellie? Ellie picks at her fingernails. How does the doctor-patient confidentiality thing work? Oh. Cerise purses her lips. It's not an unusual question. People are always afraid of telling a stranger their secrets. As your physician, I am legally and ethically prohibited from disclosing our conversations. So, whatever I say, you can't tell anyone? With some minor exceptions, of course. Exceptions like what? Well, if you posed a threat to yourself or others, I would have to disclose that. Or if you were being harmed by someone, your parents, boyfriend, etc., I would be legally obligated to tell the authorities. Huh. This is a safe space, Ellie, Cerise reassures her. Now, do you want to share what you're thinking? I was thinking about forgiveness, she half whispers. Cerise sinks back. She is not religious anymore, but she grew up attending church. What about forgiveness? How sometimes people do things that make it impossible for the world to forgive them. Curiosity strikes, and Cerise feels a little chill. Did Ellie do something bad? She immediately rejects the idea. Victims often blame themselves. That's interesting. The clock clicks forward. It's 1 minute to the hour. Cerise wishes she could go on with Ellie. She makes a note that their next session should be longer, 90 minutes. But she's got another patient in the lobby. A yellow light placed discreetly in the corner lets her know when someone is in the waiting room. Let's pause here and pick this up again next session. Ellie leaves, and Cerise makes quick notes about their session. The patient seems to be suffering from disassociation. She is visibly frightened and hypervigilant. Cerise inhales and exhales deeply, takes a few seconds to compose herself, to think of Ellie Black, maybe even say a little prayer, not necessarily to God, but to the world, that Ellie will find only kindness from now on. Then she rises, gets ready for her next patient. She opens the curtains. The governor's security detail is pulling away. Black sedans and police cars with red and blue flashing lights. The color catches in the water on the window, the droplets sticking to the glass like blood spatter.
Chapter 11. Althea Barlow, Gabrielle's grandmother, is a soft breeze of a woman, stout with gray hair piled high on her head. She busies herself around the kitchen, placing a cup of coffee and a bowl of unshelled peanuts in front of Chelsey. A ruby on her right middle finger is dull in the light. Thank you. Chelsey sips and works to keep her brow from wrinkling. The coffee is terrible. Too sour. Sure, Althea says. A scar bisects her top lip. There is an album in front of her, blue, embossed with a pair of baby shoes. I was surprised to get the phone call this morning. She seems nervous, apprehensive. Behind her in the dining room hangs a wall-to-wall tapestry of the Last Supper, and underneath, a silk arrangement of flowers. I really didn't expect to hear anything. After they found Gabby, Detective Ross reopened the investigation, but there wasn't enough evidence. She curls her gnarled fingers around the album. She said all leads have been exhausted. Never thought I'd hear that phrase twice in my lifetime. First when Gabby went missing, then after her body was found. Anyway, I've put it all to bed. She's buried now, at rest. Althea flicks a hand behind her, where two kids hang out in an open doorway, unabashedly watching them. Caden, she means the younger one, the boy with dark eyes, was 4 when Gabrielle disappeared, and Courtney, the older lanky teen with a sulky appearance, was just 10. They're 9 and 15 now. Caden has lived more years without Gabrielle than with her. Althea pauses suddenly in her explanation, as if winded. Do you mind if I ask about their parents? Chelsey asks, filling the silence. I mean, how you came to raise your grandchildren. Chelsey places the coffee down and slides it away with her pointer finger. Their mother, my daughter, Crystal, is troubled. I don't like to say too much in front of the kids. Althea drops her voice to a whisper. Alcohol. I got custody of them when Gabby was 8. Their dad didn't want them. Can you imagine not wanting your own children? Never imagined I'd be raising kids again at my age. At the exhaustion in Althea's voice, Chelsey nods. I see. And what about Gabby? Can you tell me a little about her? Chelsey opens a notepad, pencil poised. Althea gives a shallow sigh. Gabby didn't like all the responsibilities that came with being the oldest. I always told her she'd enjoy having siblings when she was an adult. I used to fight with my sister, but now we're best friends. Althea shrugs. Perhaps I asked too much of her. The detectives thought we'd fought, that she'd run away. But that wasn't the truth. Gabby was happy. She loved her life. She flips through the album to the back. Here she is. She rips a photograph from a sticky page and scoots it to Chelsey. My Gabby. Taken a few days before she disappeared. Wasn't she gorgeous? In the photograph, Gabby stands with her sister and brother, his thumb in his mouth. She splays a hand on each of their chests, bent down between their 2 dark heads. She'd spend hours making these friendship bracelets. That was the thing then. Chelsey nods. When she was in high school, it was hair feathers, fishtail braids, and silly bands. Noah says now it's white eyeliner and flannels. The 90s are back. Gabby was always bubbling up with new ideas about something to do, someplace to go. She was the kind of person girls liked and boys loved. Maybe a little too much. She was a pain in the ass, but I love that little girl. She was the kind of person girls liked and boys loved. Chelsey notes Althea's affectionate tone. Lydia had been that way, too. Chelsey remembers that precinct picnic again. The boys teasing Lydia, but in a different way. Smiling, flirting. Detective Ross told me you waited a while before calling the police, Chelsey says, steering the conversation back toward Gabby's disappearance. Althea stiffens, and Courtney steps forward to place a hand on her grandma's shoulder. I did, Althea says. Her grandpa wanted to wait. I shouldn't have listened to him. But I called her friends. I called the neighbors. I even went outside and shouted her name, like I used to when telling her to come in for dinner. Why did your husband want to wait? He figured she'd come back on her own. Gabby always ran late. I used to joke that she'd be late for her own funeral. Her laugh is rueful, edged with regret and anger. He didn't want to be stuck paying for the police fees. Is he here now? Can I talk to him? No. Althea sips her coffee. He lives in Texas now. After Gabrielle disappeared, we couldn't stay together. He came home for the funeral, though. Chelsey understands. Lydia's disappearance was like a knife, scraping out the insides of their family, until only a delicate shell remained. Was it any wonder it shattered? Chelsey's parents divorced shortly after the funeral. Her mother had wanted to move on. Her father could not. And truthfully, neither could Chelsey. They'd been left behind, living on the jagged edges of never knowing. Yes, Chelsey has had a place to bury her sorrow, but her sister's last days are still a mystery to her. Althea waves a hand, and Chelsey blinks away the memory. Anyway, that's all water under the bridge, as they say, she says. I shouldn't have listened to him. I should have called the police. At the time, I thought it would be okay. I trusted Gabby. I trusted the world would bring her home. She shifts her gaze, staring down into the bottom of her coffee cup. I guess the truth is, I didn't want to call the police either. Why not? I don't know, she says. Maybe because that would make it true. They sit in silence for a moment. Visits like these, with the parents of the missing, always make Chelsey less lonely. Their lives bound together by tragedy. The knot so tight, nearly undoable. Chelsey clears her throat. I don't know if Detective Ross explained the recent situation. She said there was some new evidence, Althea says. A girl was found 2 days ago, who has been missing for 2 years. She was wearing a piece of clothing we believe may have belonged to Gabby. Althea straightens. She was wearing a University of Washington sweatshirt the day she disappeared. That's how I traced it, through one-of-a-kind custom college apparel. There was a number on the back. 55, says Althea. Her lucky number. She wanted to play volleyball at University of Washington. That was her dream. I've brought it with me today, and I'd like you to verify it if you can. Chelsey had checked it out of the evidence locker before setting out to Tacoma. Althea nods somberly. I'll take a look. Outside Althea's house, Chelsey pops the trunk of her car, closes it, and places the plastic-wrapped sweatshirt on the hood. It's folded backward, number showing. Something flashes in Althea's eyes, and she pales. Gabby, she says, reaching for the sweatshirt, intent on unwrapping it. Sorry, Chelsey says, intercepting Althea's hand. It's evidence. You can touch the plastic, but not the actual garment. Is it hers? Courtney's outside on the stoop, arms looped around Caden. A couple of crows land in the yard and peck at the brown grass. Take your brother inside, Althea shouts. Courtney looks ready to argue. Now! Althea snaps out like a rubber band. At that, Courtney grabs her brother's hand and drags him inside. Althea? Chelsey steps closer to her. Althea's eyes, her whole body, are fixated on the sweatshirt. We bought it for her for Christmas. She wanted it so bad. That night we had turkey for dinner and a salad with oil dressing. She thumbs the sleeve, where there is the faintest dark spot. It stained the sweatshirt, and I tried to get it out. A tear trails down Althea's cheek. It's hers. Adrenaline courses through Chelsey, and her arms prickle. She has to remember to be patient, to be calm, to stay in control. You sure? I'm sure. Althea glances at Chelsey. In the afternoon light, all the lines on her face are perfectly cast, the makeup gathered in the creases. Chelsey plucks up the sweatshirt, ready to put it away. Wait. Althea stops her. The blood. Is it Gabby's? Chelsey squeezes the sweatshirt, plastic crinkling. A square of fabric is missing right under the W from the logo, where the lab cut it out to test the blood. We don't know. The lab is processing it. I've asked for it to be expedited and run against DNA collected from Gabby's case. It's also being tested against Elizabeth Black's DNA, the girl who was found wearing it. Althea looks up. The sky is cold and shot through with wisps of gray clouds like a piece of marble. Listen, if you find out, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what happened to Gabby. I don't think I can handle it. She was alive for years, wherever she was. Lord knows what she endured. I can't. She breaks off with a shudder, then comes back resolute. I've buried her now. Understood, Chelsey says. That was Althea's right. But I believe these cases are connected, and this investigation is only starting. Chelsey hesitates to say more. It's a promising lead. Althea fixes Chelsey with a stare. I want him caught. She tugs at her ear. But I don't want to know what he did to her. I want to remember her as she was before. Does that make me bad? No, Chelsey says. It makes you human.
4. I never saw the bus again. Sometimes I would think of it, wish for it. The quiet dark, the smell of dirt and vinyl and metal. If given a choice between the bus and where I went, I would have chosen the bus. But I didn't know that then. All I knew was that I had been freed from a dark prison. I had escaped. Only I hadn't. It was a reprieve at best. Where I went was hell on earth, but he called it paradise. Humid heat slapped me in the face, and daylight burned my eyes. My throat was dry, and I coughed. The kind of hacking that rattles your whole body. I staggered, hands on my knees, and steadied my breathing. Did I even remember how to speak? Consonants and vowels came to me, but my tongue couldn't shape them. There was pain, sharp and intense, like 1,000 tiny paper cuts all over my body. A rock dug into my shoeless foot, its point angled right into my arch. The man thrust a plastic water bottle in my direction. I palmed it in both hands, water sloshing over the side and guzzled. I coughed and my stomach cramped. The water burned as it came back up. The man stepped back, narrowly avoiding the splash of vomit. He yanked the bottle from my fingers. One of the dogs darted forward and licked my feet. "Sip it," he said. He held the bottle within my reach. I grabbed for it, but he pulled it back. "Sip it," he ordered again before finally handing it to me. I did as I was told, studying him over the curved edge of the plastic. He seemed so tall, staring down at me from the hatch, but now I realized he had only a couple of inches on me. A red bandana covered the lower half of his face. It reminded me of a photograph I'd seen of May Day protesters in Seattle. They wanted to put an end to capitalism. What did this man want? "Follow me," he said, and started walking, the panting dogs loping alongside him, one of them with a bulging stomach, pregnant. But I stayed put. Giant Douglas firs and redwoods sprung up around me. The forest was thick, so dense that you couldn't see beyond 2 or 3 feet in any direction. We weren't on a trail. Tall grass, shrubs, and thorny bushes brushed against my calves. The air was stifling and stagnant, aside from the bugs. It was summer, when everything bakes, rots. The man stopped when he saw I wasn't following him. My legs wouldn't work. My muscles spasmed and ached. He stomped back and ducked, so his face was in my line of sight. "There is only one rule. Listen carefully, because I will only say it once. I tell you to do something, you do it, or you go back in the hole." My body trembled at the mention of my prison. "Do you understand?" "I don't think... I can't move," I said, keeping my gaze trained on the ground. A shiny beetle crawled under a leaf and then around my pinky toe. My stomach screamed. I wanted to eat it. "Look at me," he said. I brought my head up. His eyes were blue and empty, like an irradiated lake. I couldn't hold his stare, so I averted my gaze. Over his shoulder, a woodpecker pounded on a tree, oozing sap. "You'd be amazed by what the body can do under the right amount of pressure. Now let's try this one more time. Follow me, or you go back in the hole." He wore army fatigues, camo pants, and a sand-colored shirt. He clucked his tongue and shook his head. "Smile. You should be happy. That's the problem with women today. Never happy." He started walking again, his heavy footsteps trampling the undergrowth. A shiny black gun was tucked into a holster around his waist. I couldn't feel my legs, and I was hyperventilating, but my body was moving. For a moment, I was grateful. The fresh air in my lungs was hot, but sweet, and the earth beneath my feet felt solid. There was life all around me. I didn't even mind the mosquitoes biting the thin skin under my eyes. I bet you're wondering if I tried to escape. That's what everyone wants to know, right? Why didn't she try to escape? I thought about it. My eyes were wild, darting all over the forest, considering what direction I should run. How far would I make it? But I was physically outmatched. The man was stronger, better rested, and nourished. In the distance was the rush of water. I remembered a survival show I watched once. What did it say about water? Find the source and follow its banks. Eventually, it will lead you to a road. The man sighed. "I know every inch of this forest. Every tree, every rock, every stream," he said. "There's nowhere for you to hide." He turned but kept talking, voice as steady as his pace. "If you run, I'll send the dogs after you." There were 5 dogs in all. Sleek German shepherds with black eyes and sharp teeth. He snapped his fingers and the dogs' ears perked up. "I whistle a certain way and they attack." He stopped, grew quiet, and I was too afraid to speak. The idea of the escape worn down to a nub. We walked for hours following a marked path, trees bound with orange ribbon. My jeans snagged on thorny bushes, and my ankles brushed against poison oak. The next day I would develop a rash and scratch it until it bled. The man stopped once and let me have more water. "Who are you?" I licked my lips and handed the bottle back. He dipped his head. "Michael. You can call me Michael." I counted the famous Michaels I knew. St. Michael, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Michelangelo. Why are you doing this?" I kept my eyes trained on a fern sprouting from a decaying log. "Me?" He tucked in his chin, surprised and offended. "I'm not the problem." He started walking again. "None of this is my fault," he went on. I only remember snippets, words that filtered through the pain and numbness. Men were being abandoned, left behind. He had no other choice. After that, we fell silent. I promised myself I wouldn't ask him any more questions. Ever. I folded my arms around myself and pretended all of this was a bad dream. I pinched my upper arms, but I didn't wake up. There was no escape. To live meant to follow. Blisters formed on my heels. The skin on the bottom of my bare foot split open. Pain shot through my calves. I almost fell over twice, but I stayed upright, my legs moving as if answering a call. The dogs wound through the forest, and overhead, a plane glided through a bank of white clouds. I looked up, stunned to see something so ordinary when everything felt so extraordinary. Waving my arms or calling for help would be useless. The plane was a speck of dust in the sky. I watched it disappear. We walked through a creek, water flowing like a silver string. The trees thinned and dissolved into a clearing. A meadow came into view. I saw buildings, all desperately in need of repair, rusted, weathered, in danger of crumbling. Later I'd have nightmares about earthquakes, the walls collapsing, pinning my legs, crushing my skull. who would find my body? Weeds and vines curved around the bases of the structures. Evidence of human activity was everywhere. Piles of garbage, blue tarps sagging with water and dirty leaves, a rusted car without its wheels, a row of dog kennels caked in feces. Michael led me to the center. We passed a silo, the door padlocked, then rooms set into the ground like a bunker. Through the bars on the windows, I glimpsed dirty mattresses and crumpled sleeping bags. We finally stopped at another building, with thick plastic sheeting covering the windows and door. Michael parted the plastic and gestured for me to go inside. I kept my head down and didn't budge. Michael kicked my knees from behind and I fell through. The dogs yipped and howled. The plastic sheeting fell into place behind me with a whoosh as I landed hard. The packed dirt floor felt like concrete. Plumes of dust rose up, almost choking me. The air was humid, with heavy breathing and body stink. I wasn't alone.
Chapter 12. A few hours later, Chelsey is back, winding Coldwell's familiar streets. She parks near a garbage can with black bags piled against it, slams her door, and shakes out her clammy hands. The anticipation is making her dizzy. The questions, too. She confirmed that Ellie was wearing Gabrielle's sweatshirt. Plus more. A station wagon. Dog bites. She knocks on Ellie's door, bouncing lightly on her heels. The day has grown cold. Kat answers, and Chelsey is hit with the aroma of onion, garlic, and warming spices. She promised Noah she'd be home for dinner tonight. He's making something. He'd told her on the phone, but now she cannot remember what. She'd been too busy wondering about what had happened to Gabrielle Barlow, whether Ellie had known her. "Detective Calhoun," Kat says, surprised. "Hey, Kat." Ellie appears behind her mother like a wraith. There is an emptiness in Ellie's gaze that startles Chelsey. "Hey, Ellie. I know I'd said we'd take some time off the case, but there's been a recent development, and I have a couple of quick questions. We're having dinner soon." Kat's brow dips. It is the first time Chelsey has felt like an unwelcome presence at the Blacks. "It won't take much time, promise." She polishes her statement off with a bright, disarming smile. Kat looks back at Ellie, and Ellie jerks her chin up. "It's okay," Ellie says. "I'm going to finish dinner," Kat says. She floats back to the kitchen. And Ellie curls up in a chair. It squeaks as she rocks back and forth. Chelsey perches on the couch and leaves her jacket on. "How are you, Ellie?" "What's the new development?" Ellie's voice is raspy. Chelsey's gaze drifts to her neck, to the white, unmarred skin. She has Gabrielle's autopsy report now. Brielle sent it over. She peeked at the photographs while driving, nearly getting into a collision with a semi. Not one of her better moments. Gabrielle had marks all over her neck, had been choked to death. There was a bald spot on her head, too. From her hair being pulled? Some bleeding in her ears. Nails jagged and broken as if she'd fought. The usual stuff. Then the bite marks. Torn flesh. Chelsey blanched and had to pull over, roll down the window, breathe deep before starting again. Chelsey looks at Ellie's clasped hands. The nails are even, neatly filed. She makes a mental note to go back through the photographs of Ellie to check if her nails were broken during the exam. Maybe Ellie hadn't been left for dead. Maybe she'd escaped before she had a chance to try anything. As if sensing Chelsey's thoughts, Ellie tucks her fingers under her thighs. Chelsey clears her throat. "I was reviewing the evidence from your case. I'm still waiting on forensics, DNA, that sort of thing. But I noticed something on the clothing you were wearing." She stares hard at Ellie, searching for anything. A tell. Of discomfort, fear, annoyance. Ellie stops rocking and pulls her legs up to her chest to hug them. "Yeah?" "The University of Washington sweatshirt you were wearing had a number, 55. Chelsey senses another body in the room and glances up. Kat is leaning in the doorway, kitchen towel in hand. Chelsey returns her attention to Ellie and catches her flinching. No, not flinching. Spasming. The clothing came from one-of-a-kind custom college apparel. It was special ordered by Althea Barlow for her granddaughter. Chelsey gives Ellie a long, measured look. Ellie puts her hands to her ears and begins to rock back and forth. "Ellie?" Kat says, then focuses on Chelsey, warning in her eyes. "Detective Calhoun." Chelsey ignores Kat, lasering in on Ellie. Digging, digging, digging. "Does the name Gabrielle Barlow mean anything to you?" Ellie stands abruptly, pushing past her mother, and darts into the kitchen. Chelsey rises and finds Ellie doubled over the sink, vomiting while Kat rubs her back. Ellie retches again. Violent tremors rack her body. Kat holds a dish towel to Ellie's mouth. She looks up from her trembling daughter and right at Chelsey, radiating hostility. "I think you should go." Chelsey shakes her head, refusing to cede this ground. "Did you know Gabrielle? She's caught in an avalanche and cannot claw herself from it. Please, tell me. Anything." Outside rain starts, heavy and fast, and the wind picks up, rattling the windows like bones clicking together. Ellie takes the towel from her mother and wipes her mouth. She grips the edge of the sink. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." She over-enunciates the words. Each one tumbles from her mouth like barbed wire, cutting into Chelsey. "I'm done with this. With you. The whole thing." Chelsey freezes, realizing that she has lost herself for a moment, and now she's lost Ellie. She tries to regain her composure. "You're declining to participate in the investigation?" "Yes. Whatever." Ellie heaves. Tears stream down her face. "No more, okay? Just no more." Chelsey hangs her head. Kat shuffles to the counter to a bottle of pills and shakes one out. She presses one to Ellie's mouth along with a glass of water and murmurs to her. Then she glances over her shoulder at Chelsey. "You can see yourself out." Chelsey puts her hands up. "Of course." The words scrape against her throat. Outside, she lingers in her car, rubbing at a pinch in her chest. Ellie does not want to talk. Ellie does not want to help with the investigation. Chelsey sighs, unsure what to do now, how to proceed. She fires up the ignition, and a body in the Black's window catches her eye. Ellie is there, the curtain pulled back, head tilted, staring at Chelsey, watching her. Chapter 13. So that's it then. Noah uses the flat edge of a chef's knife to squash garlic cloves and then sets to mincing them. His sleeves are rolled to his elbows and thick veins creep up his arms like ivy. Music plays. Pearl Jam. Noah is obsessed and has driven 3 times to Seattle to watch them in concert. Chelsey leans against the counter, glass of red wine in hand, and real estate flyer loose in the other. She is giving the townhome a half-hearted appraisal. She places it down along with her wine and reaches for a jar of pickles tucked in a cabinet. "I don't want to share a wall with someone." She pauses. "What do you mean, that's it?" He throws the garlic in a pan, and it sizzles in the oil. Ellie, Chelsey corrects, doesn't want to cooperate. Declined to participate, she corrects again. She twists the jar's lid, and it doesn't budge. A growl of frustration. "Why do you always close jars like you have something to prove?" Noah stops stirring the garlic and saunters over to Chelsey. Gently, he pries the jar from her and cracks the lid, the scent of pickle juice wafting. "I'm making dinner." He hands it back. "This is an appetizer." She crunches into a pickle. Noah resumes his position at the stovetop. All right. So Ellie has declined to participate in the investigation. I may not be a cop, but I do know you have to have a complainant for a case. He's right. The ADA wouldn't even look at it. The case is too weak. There's no prosecution. But I thought about that. I don't need Ellie. I have another victim, Gabrielle Barlow. Chelsey has sunk her teeth into this, and she will not let go. It doesn't matter if Gabrielle Barlow is outside of Chelsey's jurisdiction. She's in pursuit. Noah shakes his head, equal parts exasperated and affectionate. As he reaches up for some spices in the cabinet, Chelsey admires his back, the way the muscles flex. He is 4 years her junior and went to a school nearby in Ilwaco. He admitted 6 months into their relationship, he'd seen her back then at football games with her father, sitting high in the bleachers under the stadium lights. That's why he approached her at the bar. He'd recognized her. "I always thought you were so hot," he stated. She watches in silence as Noah makes the rest of dinner, boiling noodles and finishing the sauce. They plate up and sit at the table. The lighting is low and warm, and there's a muted baseball game on the television. "What exactly is Ellie so scared of?" Chelsey says between bites of noodles. "What did he do to her?" Noah rubs his head. "Chels," he starts, and she knows he's trying to steer the conversation in another direction, away from work, away from missing girls. "Come on," she cajoles. "Play detective with me." It's been a while since they've done this, Noah acting as a sounding board for Chelsey's cases. He balls up his napkin and stares at her for a second, quietly pondering until he comes to a decision. "You want to profile him?" "Yes." Chelsey pounds her fist against the table, excited. Noah grins, and suddenly it's like old times, when Noah had been fascinated by Chelsey's career. Back then, he'd wanted to know all the details. He'd listen for hours and hours, lending his ear and thoughts. He tops off Chelsey's glass and then his own, skirting the edge of the bottle with his thumb, and licking off an errant drop of dark red wine. All right. So he snatched 2 girls. Gabrielle Barlow and Elizabeth Black. Chelsey nods. Originally, I thought she'd been left for dead, but she doesn't have the same injuries as Gabrielle Barlow. No signs of a struggle. No bruises around her neck. Maybe she escaped before any major physical damage could be done? Still, I wonder if this guy uses parks as a dumping ground. The search of the park and trail where Ellie had been found didn't yield anything. No campsite, no primitive dwellings. But they hadn't been looking for bodies. "It's a good theory," he chews slowly. "But are you positive it's the same guy?" She arches a brow. "What do you mean?" "It could be 2 different perps. One offs Gabrielle, gets rid of her clothes, and the other picks them up." Chelsey shakes her head. "Too much of a coincidence. Plus there is the station wagon. The dogs." Noah sighs. "Okay, so it's most likely the same guy. What do you know about him?" Chelsey's forehead crinkles as she thinks. She doesn't have much. Loose facts jangle around in her mind. "Well," she starts, "he strangled Gabrielle Barlow. That's angry and intimate. On the other hand, how he dumped her body suggests planning and caution. According to the detective that took over the case, it was pure chance Gabrielle's body was discovered. He's smart, controlled when he needs to be." Noah twists the stem of his wineglass. Chelsey has a flash of Noah's hand holding her by the neck, his grip tightening, anger burning in his eyes. Silly. She dismisses the image. That's what this job does. Makes you question the people you love. Ask yourself whether you really know them, whether you can even trust them. But of course she can trust Noah. He is a good man. They have a good marriage. To strangle someone, you have to look at your victim. Look them in the eyes, Chelsey continues. Did Gabby's killer stare at her while he did it? And why did he leave her naked? To humiliate her? Because he'd been humiliated? Both? There was evidence of sexual assault on both Ellie and Gabby, she adds. Maybe he thinks he's in a relationship with them. Chelsey bobs her head. He kept Gabby for years. Does he think he loves them? Does he fear being abandoned? It makes sense. Men like this, misogynists, disempower women, strip them of self-confidence, security, until they're reliant, too weak to leave. Noah swipes a hand down his face. He kept her for years, and then murdered her? What happened? Did she get too old? I thought about that. Maybe he takes one when the other no longer fits his preferences. What are his preferences? He pushes away his plate, the spaghetti forgotten. Chelsey isn't eating anymore either. The discussion is feeding her now. It's hard to tell with just two. Young. Ellie was 17, and Gabrielle was 15. Chelsey pauses. There was wild game in Gabrielle's stomach. Ellie has an aversion to unnatural light. This probably means they were kept somewhere without electricity. Rural. Maybe off the grid. An encampment of sorts? A farm? He's a loner. Yeah. Narcissistic. Hostile towards women, Chelsey finishes. They are not smiling anymore. Sexual assault is less about the act and more about domination. Chelsey thinks of Ellie and Gabrielle, of rings of bruises around the soft flesh of necks, of jackals roaming the streets, making nests in the woods. What makes a man a monster? She whispers. Didn't cry enough as a kid, Noah says. It's a joke, but not a joke. Research correlates a man's inability to show emotion to violent behavior. Silence falls again, and the air around Chelsey and Noah snuffs out. Maybe mommy issues, Noah says finally. Or daddy issues. Chelsey casts Noah a grim smile. How many times has Chelsey heard from men who beat their wives that they saw their fathers do the same to their mothers? Why are women most often the target of bitter men? Well, I have officially lost my appetite. He stands and clears his plate. He flicks on the sink faucet and the garbage disposal, dumping slimy noodles down the drain. Chelsey approaches Noah, hugging him from behind. He goes still for a moment, then lays his wet hands over hers. Thank you. I'm sorry I've been distant lately. She rests her chin between his shoulder blades. He turns, and his eyes catch hers, locking in. He cups her cheeks. I know it's hard not to bring the work home, but you've got to try. It's just a job, babe. But not to her. And herein lies the problem. This is Chelsey's life. The darkness that swallowed Lydia touched Chelsey too. This is where she lives now. She is drawn to the shadows. Each case is personal. Chelsey stays mute, folds that charcoal part of herself up, and puts it away. She gazes at him, with all the love she feels, but cannot say. She smiles. He raises a brow, then lays one on her. She presses her body into him. His eyes go hazy and dark, and she leads him to the bedroom. They fuck long and slow, with all the lights on. Afterward, they lie next to each other, bodies slick and sticky. Hey, we can go check out that townhouse. Chelsey stares at the ceiling and holds the sheet to her chest. Noah shifts and hovers over her. She takes the medallion he always wears between her fingers, the metal cold. She touches his face, his beard. She always jokes that if he shaved, she wouldn't be able to pick him out of a lineup. His eyes crinkle at the corners. Yeah? You think it looks good? It has a nice backyard. We could get a dog, Noah says. All he wants are simple things. A wife, a home, maybe tickets to a ball game. She makes a mew of agreement, resolves to try again, to open a box in the garage, carry it to the living room, place a vase or picture frame inside of it. It cannot be that hard. She becomes aware of her hands, suddenly clammy. He smooths the hair from her face. His eyes are glazed, blissed out. He kisses her once, twice. She kind of nuzzles into him and inhales. Noah smells of summer, freshly mown grass, time inevitably moving forward. I'll set it up. Tomorrow good? We could go after I get off. Yeah, tomorrow is good. I'll make time, she promises, but feels a tiny pinch. The unbearable idea of packing up her father's house. And it's compounded by the fact that Noah and Chelsey need the money from the sale of her father's place for a down payment on a new one. Noah lies back and drifts off to sleep. Ever so discreetly, Chelsey shifts and clicks on her phone. She jots down notes, ideas from the conversation with Noah. Noah rustles, throws an arm over his head, but his breathing is steady. His chest rises and falls, the saint medallion glinting in the emaciated moonlight. She goes back to her phone and clicks open the photographs of Ellie's exam, finding the snapshots of her hands. There, Ellie's fingers are spread on a piece of white cloth. Underneath her fingernails is dirt, but the nails themselves are clean cut. Not like Gabby's, whose nails were ragged, ripped off, lost in a fight.
5. To answer your question, yes, I knew her. Yes, I knew Gabby. Yes, I remember her. I remember her in the forest, in the summer, smiling, her body suspended in warm light like honey. I remember her by the campfire, body quivering from the relentless cold. I remember her in the dark, screaming, feet digging into the ground. I remember her. The world called her Gabby, but we called her Hope. I was in the room with plastic sheeting, on my hands and knees, coughing up dust. Footsteps, and then someone was in front of me. Someone new. Their shoes were white, unnaturally clean. My fingers curled against the dirt. I eyed a rock and thought about picking it up. "I'm David," said the new person. His voice was pleasant, almost kind. I lifted my chin. Later, as the days passed, I studied his profile, trying to locate it in my memory. Did I know him? Had I met him on the street? Could he have worked with my dad at the docks? Always, I came up blank. He was thin but strong, with a sleek runner's body, and the type of face that was unremarkable and easily forgotten. Had I seen him before? No, I did not know him. "Would you like something to eat?" David asked. Music played on a battery-operated stereo. The song, "You Are My Sunshine," on loop. "Please," I said. "There are so many different meanings a single word can have. Please don't do this. Please help me. Please let me go. I just want to go home." David smiled widely, weirdly. "You are home." "I want my mom." I was going to die. I was sure of it. He hung his head. "I understand." Pale hands grazed my shoulders. Not David's, someone else's. A woman with frizzy hair. David called her serendipity. She reached for me, her expression tender despite her haggard, rough look. She grasped my hand. Too stunned to move, I let her help me up, accepting her embrace as I stood. Her arms were sinewy and strong. I'd been alone so long that I leaned in. A natural human instinct to seek affection, gravitate toward shelter. I rested my chin on her shoulder. A piano was in the corner of the room, glossy and ridiculous in all the filth. She pulled away from me and held my cheeks in her dry, cracked hands. Then she moved in close again, not for a hug, but to say, "It's an exciting day." One of her bottom teeth was missing. Her breath smelled of must, decay. I stared into the dark pit of her mouth as she christened me with a new name. A secret name. A fate to be fulfilled. When she finally stepped away, I saw the others. They huddled together. One was slender, white, and tall, with a sturdy build and a square, dimpled chin. Beautiful. The other was white, too, but shorter, with fuller hips. I imagined all of our faces were shaded by the same look. Hurt and hungry, cornered by fear. David smiled, and it was the smile of a man who believed too much in his own greatness. He introduced me to my sisters, Charity and Hope. "You'll love them as much as I do," he promised. But David didn't love things. He owned them. He was a collector of sorts, a man always chasing the one woman who would not love him in the way he wanted. Serendipity said my new name, and her eyes darkened like a piece of cloth doused in water. "You're a very lucky girl." She hugged me again. My face was shoved into her bony shoulder. I inhaled. Wet wool. My body went limp. "Let's celebrate," David clapped. A plastic cup of red liquid was pushed into my hand. Over David's and Serendipity's shoulders, Hope made the slightest movement, a tense, single shake of her head. I was too terrified to speak. "Not thirsty?" David said. "You need to learn to appreciate what's been given to you. Nothing in this world is free. That's what my dad used to say." He touched my cheek. The cup dropped from my hand. Red bled into the dirt. "Clumsy," he said. "We're not off to a great start." "It's my birthday, you know. You haven't even wished me happy birthday." "Sorry," I stammered. "Happy birthday." David chuckled. He kissed my cheek, touched the small of my waist, and whispered, "You're a temptress. Dance with me?" My body shook with refusal, but I felt Hope's and Charity's eyes willing me on. His palms were soft and moist on my hips. We swayed to the music. I was all locked up inside. I could only see myself from the outside, like I was peering down from some towering height, a mighty, windswept ledge. "Tell me about your old life." "The one you left," he said. I didn't answer. His fingers bit into my skin. "I'm from Coldwell. I have a sister," I choked out. I don't know why I thought of Sam in that moment. "She's older." He stopped. "How much older?" 10 years. "Ouch." He screwed up his face. "Sounds like you must have been a mistake." David found our insecurities and nibbled away at them. Like a rat. "Hope and Charity are your sisters now. You'll never speak of your other sister again." I tucked my chin down and started to weep. "Poor thing," David said. He hummed the lyrics to the song. "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray." It gets hazy after that. I don't remember leaving the room with the plastic sheeting, but I do remember David lifting a key from a metal hook. Remember him fitting it into a rusted lock. Remember other doors in the corridor with similar locks. Charity's and Hope's rooms. Remember him following me in. Next, there are still shots, like photographs or a slideshow. A metal frame with a thin, stained mattress and a crumpled sleeping bag. A small window cut into the upper part of the wall, big enough for me to peer out. Silver moonlight shone in the room. The air was still and sickly sweet, humming with insects. I looked down at my hands and spread my fingers apart. The nails were bitten down to the quick. I'd eaten them on the bus. My cuticles were caked in dirt. My pinky on my right hand had a single chip of red nail polish, a final splash of color from before. David touched my shoulders, slid the shirt from my body, pulled down my pants. What kills me the most? I didn't even say no. I couldn't. I just lay there murmuring, over and over again, I'm not sure if this is okay. I'm not sure if this is okay. When he was done, he touched my cheek and stood by the bed. I lay there staring at the wall, at a crack, retracing it again and again with my eyes. Did you have a happy childhood? He asked. Yes, I stammered out, eyes flickering shut, sucking at the marrow of my memories. My bed, curling under a warm blanket, the smell of the house when my mom dyed her hair, making wishes on birthday candles. I shook in anguish at the sorrow of it all. Me too. I had a perfect childhood. He rustled behind me, the sound of putting his clothes back on. Sleep well. He dropped a kiss to my temple, tugged on a lock of my hair. Your hair is too short. I don't like it. When he left, I propped myself up to stare out the window. The night was overcast, but through a break in the clouds, I caught a glimpse of Sirius, the dog star. When I'd been taken, it hadn't been visible. Too early in the season. Based on its brightness and location, I'd been held captive in the dark for nearly 2 months. The next morning, I huddled around the fire with Hope and Charity. The air was hot and thick, the cloak of summer. David plopped down next to Hope, his thigh rubbing up against hers. She shifted away. My eyes watered. The U and W emblazoned on her sweatshirt blurred together. David smiled, perfectly charming. It's a beautiful day. None of us spoke. Serendipity served us some type of meat. Deer or elk. A hooved carcass was strung up near the watchtower. Its stomach had been split open, its red guts littering the ground beneath it. The dogs chewed on the scraps, muzzles bloody. My stomach heaved. The outside of the meat was charred, almost black, but the inside was still pink. David sighed. You're all in moods today. They're all in moods today, he called out to Serendipity. A blue station wagon with wood-paneled sides drove onto the compound. Face covered with a red bandana, Michael opened the door and stepped out of the driver's seat. He rounded the wagon and popped open the back doors. He often left for long periods and returned with supplies. I didn't know David, but maybe I knew Michael. Was that why he always kept his face hidden? Would I recognize him? Did I find the low notes of his voice familiar? David! Serendipity called, walking toward the wagon. I watched her for a moment, wondering about her, the ease with which she moved. How had she come to be here? Was she taken, like us? Or was she here because she wanted to be? David cupped Hope's knee, squeezed, and stood. Duty calls. The pregnant dog trotted over and lay down, panting and hot. I stared as David joined Serendipity, then transferred my gaze to about 50 feet away, to the break in the trees where Michael had driven through, the branches still in the wavy heat. There could be a road on the other side. I could be a few feet away from freedom. My body tensed, ready to explode into a run. I'd find somewhere to hide, wait out the day, and use the night as cover. The stars would show me the way. Don't do it, Hope whispered. I swiveled to her. You won't get very far, she said. Then she addressed Charity. How many girls since you came? Charity's thumbs rubbed the edge of her plate. One of them bent a little backward. She told me later it was from being broken. Multiple times. 2. There were 3 before her, Hope said. 5 total. And who knows how many others. Only a few make it off the bus. My stomach plummeted. I thought about the bus, the relentless dark, the bone-chewing loneliness. All 5 of those girls ran. They didn't come back. They could have gotten away. The words were unbelievable, sour on my tongue. Someone could find us. Charity and Hope shared a look. They pitied me. My optimism, my blind faith. Girls like us don't get found, Hope said. I didn't know what she meant yet, but I would learn over the next few months. David took us because of all the things we weren't. We weren't rich. We weren't remarkable. We wouldn't be missed, other than by our families. What about her? I jerked my chin to serendipity. Hope snorted. Charity leaned in. Don't ask serendipity for help. Don't run, don't talk back, and don't eat the meat. Charity glanced over her shoulder. David and serendipity were distracted. She dumped her plate into the fire. The meat sizzled and the fat popped. Hope did too. They both cast me expectant looks. I followed suit. Silence stretched. I'm scared, I whispered into my metal plate. David won't visit you for a while, Hope said. He rotates through us. Now that you're here, he'll only come every 4 nights. I started to cry, hyperventilate. Hope scooted closer and pressed an old soda can into my hand. I remembered the punch from the night before. Water, she said. It's water. I sipped, and the liquid was cool and gritty going down my throat. Charity's hand touched mine, and I gripped it. You'll be okay, Charity said. Okay. I used to repeat it to myself. It's okay, I would say. 2 words I could whisper 1,000 times in 1 hour. Take these. Hope thrust a handful of hairy brown seeds at me. What are they? Shh, keep your voice down, Hope hissed. She jerked her chin at Charity, and Charity turned, keeping a lookout. The fire crackled. Smoke drifted into the bold blue sky. The little brown seeds were stuck in the crease of her palm. It's Queen Anne's lace, she said. It will keep you from having a baby. It's what he wants. I closed my eyes, my vision swimming. I don't want to. That's fine, she said, a little huffy. I don't have very many. David knows what it's used for, and he's cleared the compound and everything within a mile radius. She started to close her fist. Wait. The single syllable tumbled from my tongue. I grabbed the seeds from her and shoved them in my mouth. Chew them, she said. I'll give you more tomorrow. It will make you cramp a bit, maybe make you bleed, but it's better than thank you. My mouth tasted bitter. I swallowed back a gag. That was the moment. The turning point, I suppose. Those seeds. Who knew? They would be our downfall.
Chapter 14. The fish trap is busy. The dinner rush started at 6 and hasn't let up. The restaurant hums with conversation. The clink of silverware and rattling glasses. It smells of the ocean. Fresh fish, mussels, cooked seafood. Danny's behind the bar, leaning against the shelves of liquor. He stares at his phone. A text chat is open, and Ellie's number is at the top. He's done this before. When Ellie was gone, he read their old text messages over and over, stared at her number, even called it to listen to her voice. Out of the corner of his eye, a regular in a members-only jacket raises his glass and taps it, motioning for a refill. Danny ignores him. His thumbs hover over the keyboard. He knows Ellie is back. He has seen her on the news and driven the streets of her neighborhood, but he'd been too much of a coward to call her. Until now, until he saw her dad at Ray's, the grocery store, this morning. They hugged and made small talk. Then Jim had mentioned Danny should come around. See Kat. Ellie. She has the same phone number, Jimmy had casually slipped in. All day Danny has been figuring out what to say. How to say it. Fuck it, he decides, and taps out. Hi, I'm thinking about you. He immediately feels like an asshole. I'm thinking about you. It sounds weak, cliché, with none of the intimacy they once shared. He wipes down the bar and fills a few drinks. His phone lights up with a call. The name Ellie flashing on the screen. His heart pounds. Jesus, he's nervous. I'm taking a break, he yells at the bar back, pushing through the kitchen doors and out the back. He's in the alley and out of breath when he answers, "Hello? Ellie?" He's frantic, afraid he's missed her again. He'd gone to the motel that night, driven all the way to Astoria and sat in the car berating himself, calling himself a pussy because he couldn't stay away. The whole party was all because Ellie wanted a new phone. It had been a dumb idea. He'd called her a stupid girl in the car, whispering it to himself. He was tired of her. How she didn't take life as seriously as he did. It was the first time he ever thought of Ellie as bad. As a bad person to have around. Then, he hated himself after she disappeared. As if he'd manifested it. For 2 years and 2 weeks, Danny has lived on a highway of regret. Ellie, are you there? Goosebumps break out over Danny's arms. The dumpster he stands next to stinks of fish guts. I'm here. He slumps against the wall of the methadone clinic next door. It's really you. He sighs, feeling the air rush back into his lungs. It's the first time in 2 years that he is completely at peace. That's what everyone keeps saying. A small self-deprecating laugh. Her voice is husky, lower than he remembers. But it's Ellie. I can't believe I'm hearing your voice right now. Danny wishes he was a smoker. He'd like to light up, do something with his hands. Time stretches between them. The only sound is Ellie's breathing. I was about to go to sleep, she blurts. Oh. He cannot keep the disappointment out of his voice. The dull pang from echoing in his chest. I'll let you go then. No, I mean, it's okay. I wanted to talk to you. His face heats up, her words mingling with his marrow. I want to talk to you too. Do you want? Are you busy? I mean, do you want to come over? You sure? He's already heading back to the bar to grab the keys to his shitty car. Yeah, she says, and he has to work to hear her over the hustle of the restaurant. Park down the street, she tells him. Don't let anybody see you. There's a bunch of press. You remember the way? Through Mrs. Johnson's yard, over her fence, and up the tree into Ellie's window. He used to sneak in all the time. They'd have sex in her bed. They couldn't get enough of each other. I won't let anyone see me, he promises. I'm on my way. Ellie's bedroom window is cracked open, and Danny jimmies it the rest of the way. He climbs over the sill and shuts it behind him, cutting off the gusts of wind. No lights are on in her room, but he can tell by the outline of the furniture that everything is in the same place. He finds Ellie in the center of the carpet. Clothes hang loosely from her frame, like she's a twisted wire wrapped in fabric. In her hand is a phone, and on the screen there is a picture of a girl. One he does not recognize. She has dark hair, a stack of friendship bracelets loops her wrist, and her mouth is puckered, a typical selfie pose. Ellie places the phone down and clicks on the bedside lamp. They stare at each other. She looks not good, and he wonders if she is thinking the same about him. Sometimes he's surprised when he sees himself in the mirror. It all shows on his face. A lifetime of grief doled out in the span of a couple years. Danny, Ellie says, and their relationship, the entirety of the past, comes back to him, curling around him like a wave and sweeping him away. Before they dated, Danny had seen Ellie around the halls at school. Coldwell was a small town, the high school even smaller. Everyone knew she slept with Will Gunner freshman year, and everyone knew she lied sometimes. Especially the whopper about her family being wealthy and only living in Coldwell until their mansion was done being built in Seattle. They didn't have a class together until chemistry junior year. They'd sat next to each other. She was wearing a plastic choker around her neck and smiled mischievously at him, dropping a note on his desk during the lecture. It was a doodle of their chemistry teacher with a dick for a head. Danny had coughed into his fist to avoid laughing. After school, Ellie approached him at his locker and laid a hand on his chest. "Bonfire on the beach," she said. "You should come." Danny thought of all the reasons he shouldn't go to the beach. Knew what happened there at night. What kind of kids hung out there. Druggies and flunkies. But he'd grown up working evenings and weekends at his family's restaurant. He'd missed most of his childhood. Ellie was fun. Danny wanted to have fun. Wanted to be a kid. She'd been frustrating and fascinating and fucking mercurial in her moods. And when she'd kissed him at the bonfire, he'd been a goner. He'd insisted on walking her home. And she'd told him to fuck off. "I don't need you to walk me home," she'd said, slurring her words, drunk off her ass and pushing at his chest. After that night, they were going out. They called each other, texted each other. Then he was in love with her. And all of it was blown away as easily as smoke. Now Danny opens his hands. "I feel like I should have brought you something." He smiles, but it is grim. "It's okay. I don't think any reporters saw me." His arms twitch at his sides, and he reaches for her. "Ellie," he says. She ducks away and backs into a corner, a shadow crossing her face. I don't like to be touched." She huddles into herself. A rubber band tightens around Danny's stomach. "All right." He shifts on his feet, tucks his hands into his pockets, thumbs out. "You okay with me standing here? Or do you want me to back up a little?" Her chin trembles, and Danny kind of hates himself. "You can stay there," she rasps out. "Just don't reach for me again." "I won't." The tension in Ellie's body eases. Danny keeps his distance. "This is my fault. If I'd come to the motel party." He straightens, as if facing a firing squad. He wants Ellie to rail at him, to blame him. But she doesn't. She stays silent. So he does too. Finally, he gathers himself. "Is there anything I can do? Anything that will help you?" Danny is aware he's always had a bit of a hero complex. What man doesn't, he thinks. Maybe that's what drew him to Ellie in the first place. The idea that she needed to be saved. Then, when she called him out on it, "I don't need you to walk me home," he'd felt stripped, completely naked. "I don't want to talk about anything," Ellie says now. "Okay." She throws him a relieved smile, and Danny wants to fucking die. To flay himself. He wants to tell her to ask for more. Money. Blood. His life. "Can I sit?" "Sure." He sits right where he is, keeping his eyes on Ellie the whole time. There are 3 feet between them. Enough distance to whisper, but not to touch. If this was 2 years ago, they might have tucked themselves into Ellie's twin-size bed. She might have thrown her arms around his neck. "What other rules do you have?" he asks as Ellie sinks to the floor. He notes she is careful to keep space on both sides of her, notes that her eyes flutter to the windows and doors, to the exits. She swallows. "Just the things about touching and talking. And no asking me questions like, 'How are you feeling? Are you all right?'" "Got it," he says in an even, calm voice. He lets his body relax. "So, what do you want to talk about?" She draws her legs up and rests her chin on her knees. She looks at her feet. "Sam came over a couple of days ago. She brought Valerie and the baby." "Yeah?" Danny shifts and leans back, catching his weight with his hands. "Sam called the reporters outside assholes," she says, a smile in her voice. Danny chuckles. "That sounds about right. What else happened?" Ellie's record player sits in a spot where the light doesn't reach. She glances at it. "Do you want to listen to some music?" she asks, ignoring his question. Once upon a time, she told him she saw her future in the spinning vinyl and in between the lines of lyrics. As long as it's not David Bowie. Still not a fan? Does she remember that Danny secretly loved hairbands? How they had fought, which was really thinly disguised flirting, over music? I maintain his music does not have a single redeeming feature. We agree to disagree. Another smile and Danny's chest is light. His world turning lazy and slow. Perfect. No Bowie then. You pick. Danny moves to the record player. He rifles through the albums and chooses Johnny Cash. He puts the record on. The vinyl spins and Johnny's deep, melodic voice starts up. He sings about a man coming around and living like a bird on a wire. Danny leans his head against the wall and closes his eyes. The song changes. You Are My Sunshine, Johnny sings. The music abruptly stops and Danny opens his eyes. Ellie is crouched by the record player, the vinyl gripped so hard in her hands it's warped near to cracking. I don't like this song, she states, and it startles him, the way she says it. He's not sure what to say, if he can ask why, so he answers with a simple, okay, choose something else. She replaces the record back in the sleeve with a tremble. Danny waits a beat for Ellie to settle back against the wall. Then he sorts through the records again. Dylan okay? She nods once. He puts on Dylan's greatest hits, and Ellie's eyes flutter shut. He closes his eyes too and wonders about the Johnny Cash song, You Are My Sunshine. She never hated it before. Then he thinks, and it's deeply disturbing, that he might not know Ellie anymore. For 2 years, it is as if she's been frozen in time, trapped in amber, forever 17. But that is not the truth. The truth is something happened to Ellie. The air shifts around him, and he opens his eyes. Ellie is standing next to him. He waits, doesn't move, holds his breath. She melts down and sits beside him, their legs both outstretched, not touching, but still. I'm sorry I freaked out. I'm also sorry if I smell, she says so quietly, so softly, the sound is just a smudge in the dark. A tear to be wiped away. I threw up earlier. It's fine, he says. The smell reminds Danny that she is here. She is alive. Whatever happened to her during the 2 years she was gone doesn't matter, he tells himself. She is still the person he fell in love with. The only person. The only girl in the world capable of destroying him.
Chapter 15. You want me to pull every available unit I have and put in calls to Thurston and Lewis counties to look for a blue station wagon? Sergeant Abbott cuts an elegant shape as he leans back in his chair. Today he is dressed in a suit and tie, badge hanging around his neck. His skin is pale, near translucent, and his cheeks dusted pink, salmon-colored. His office is sparse. A single clock on a bare wall, 5 minutes past 8 and ticking. A file cabinet with a frame on top. The sergeant as a younger man on his boat, because everyone in Coldwell has one. The Good Fortune, named for his then-wife, who eventually changed both her monikers, first and last, after she left, after she peeled the skin of Coldwell from her body. Chelsey is standing and leans down, fingers splaying on top of the sergeant's desk. Thurston, Lewis, and Grays Harbor, she qualifies. In front of Abbott are 2 black and white photographs from Ellie Black's and Gabrielle Barlow's missing person files. The lot full of cars where Ellie was abducted, a red circle around a station wagon, and the CCTV footage of the same station wagon following Gabrielle's car. She straightens and notices Abbott's lips twitch at something above her shoulder. Glancing back through the window, she sees a television on in the bullpen. They can't hear the sound. Abbott's door is closed. It's a newsreel of Governor Pike, previously Mrs. Abbott. She charted a meteoric rise from councilwoman to mayor to governor and has been outspoken about her private life. Her lousy marriage, hinting at domestic abuse, with no choice but to flee with nothing, even leaving behind her children, who sided with their father. "Sir," Chelsey prompts. Abbott's attention returns to Chelsey, the salmon of his cheeks a shade darker. She remembers that precinct picnic again, how Abbott had been there with his wife, the now governor, and their kids. Before Doug asked Chelsey if she came in a bento box, before the watermelon had been sliced, before the deviled eggs had been consumed. Abbott had been sipping from a Gatorade bottle, his breath and skin reeking of cinnamon. He stopped drinking around the time Lydia was murdered. Her death had sobered up the entire town. The chief's daughter killed by Coldwell's golden boy. How could this have happened? His wife had left him by then, and he'd showed up on the Calhoun's doorstep with a casserole from the frozen aisle at Ray's, 2 days after Lydia had been found. "I'm so sorry, kid," he'd told Chelsey, while she stood on the doorstep, blank and empty. Her father and mother would not come to the door, could not handle the stream of constant visitors. It had been up to 14-year-old Chelsey to field the calls, to make the funeral arrangements, to insist on peonies, Lydia's favorite flower, to accept hugs from strangers. "This never should have happened. You let your parents know I stopped by, that I send my condolences." Since, he'd turned his life around. It had been a slow thawing with a few spots of relapse. A few years back, Chelsey was working late, and she found him in his office smelling of cinnamon again. Turns out he liked Goldschlager. This was around the time his ex-wife announced her run for governor. "She was the love of my life," he'd blubbered to Chelsey. "Let me take you home, sir," she'd offered. He'd waved her off. And the next day he'd been sober and told Chelsey he was leaving early to go to a meeting. They never spoke of it again. But Chelsey respected Abbott. He was trying. He'd been a drunk, Chelsey thinks, but an abuser? Now he regards her with a frown. Thurston, Lewis, and Gray's Harbor. That's a lot of manpower. She keeps her voice from wavering, though her insides are buzzing. It is. The muscle in his right cheek flexes. "Where are we with the other evidence? The blood on the shirt. You get a match on that to Barlow?" Even if the blood is Gabby's, it wouldn't be much in terms of a lead, Chelsey thinks. It would only solidify that Gabby and Ellie may have been taken by the same person, strengthening the tie binding the two girls together. Chelsey needs the wagon. It's not in yet. The wagon... He stands, cutting her off. "It's not enough, Chelsey. It's too much of a coincidence. Bring me something more solid, and I'll go to bat for you." His tone is not angry. It's matter of fact. Chelsey's jaw locks. "I strongly disagree. The wagon is our best lead." In truth, Ellie was their best lead, but she's no longer an option. Chelsey flashes back to the expression on Kat's face when Ellie vomited upon hearing Gabby's name. A lioness protecting her cub. "Noted," Abbott says, rounding the desk and tucking his keys into his fist. He stops in front of Chelsey and smiles patronizingly. Sometimes Abbott makes her feel like a child, like they're still standing on the stoop of her parents' house when he offered her a casserole and called her kid. It rankles even more that she wants his approval, to see his eyes glint at a job well done. "I'm on your side here." Chelsey forces the corners of her mouth up. "I know you are," she says. "Let me know when the blood is in," he says, the door swinging shut behind him. It is strangely quiet at the Blacks' house as Chelsey parks alongside the curb. The reporters have fled, off to chase a news story. All that's left are muddy teddy bears, wilting flowers, and soggy cards on the Blacks' front porch. Chelsey thinks about the girl inside. What are you afraid of, Ellie Black? What are you hiding? Chelsey frowns at the question, at the inference she's making, that Ellie may be willfully concealing something. She shakes it off. And yet, the front door opens, and Kat emerges with her purse tucked under her arm. Chelsey swings open her car door. "Kat," she calls out, flagging her down and jogging across the street. "I'm on my way to the grocery store," Kat says, rounding the hood and opening the driver's door. Kat has never given Chelsey the brush off. She has never been cold. "How's Ellie?" Chelsey's voice curves with concern. "She okay?" Kat's eyes skip to the house. Chelsey glances over her shoulder, and one of the curtains swishes in the window. Ellie. She's watching again. A siren wails. Every first Monday of the month, there's a tsunami drill. Chelsey looks to the sky, waiting for it to pass. As soon as it does, she says, "I'm sorry about what happened the other day. I pushed Ellie too hard. I know that now." Chelsey draws a little closer to Kat. All she wants to do is help. Why can't Kat see they are on the same team? "But I know you know what it's like. Those 2 years, wondering what happened to Ellie. Remember when Jim would come to my office?" Kat startles. "Jimmy came to your office?" Chelsey's brow furrows. Jimmy never told Kat? Why? "Yeah, he'd come and bring the precinct donuts. Asked to go through the evidence." The keys jingle in Kat's hand. "I didn't know." "There's another family," Chelsey presses, sensing an opening. "Gabrielle Barlow's. Her grandmother Althea might not want to know the details, but she wanted justice. Chelsey does too. There isn't anything she wants more. She will spend her whole life pursuing redemption. Gabrielle is dead, and Ellie is our best lead to finding out what happened to her, to catching this guy. Anything you can tell me about Ellie, anything she shares." She stops, voice suddenly choked with emotion. Kat heaves a deep sigh. "She barely talks, but I'll let you know if anything comes up that feels relevant." Kat clutches the edges of the car door, ready to go. But then she pauses, looks at Chelsey, and thinks for a minute. Danny came over last night, snuck in through her window. Her face changes and turns wistful. I recognized his voice through the walls. Maybe she said something to him. Chelsey backs up and nods gratefully. "Thank you." She watches from the sidewalk as Kat drives away. Late that afternoon, Chelsey moseys into the fish trap and steers herself toward the bar. There are a few scattered patrons, the die-hard daytime drinkers. A row of slot machines sits against the back wall. Chelsey recognizes Charlie immediately. A regular in the drunk tank, feeding dollar bills into one. Danny is behind the bar, a white towel slung over his shoulder. Her muscles tighten as if readying for a fight. She takes a seat, and Danny's jaw flexes when he lays eyes on her. "Cup of coffee, please," she says. Danny grunts and pours her one. Sliding the mug in front of her, he says, "That'll be $12." Chelsey sucks in her cheeks. "Must be a good cup of coffee." "It's about 8 hours old," he deadpans. Above him is a sign that says, "No assholes," along with another that advertises the special tonight. Ribeye, 2 for $1. Chelsey isn't surprised by Danny's chilly demeanor. She thinks back to the first time she met him when Ellie was reported missing, when she was busy chasing down every possible lead. Camera footage from the motel showed Danny's car entering the lot. He'd lied about being at home when Ellie disappeared. Chelsey had hauled him down to the station courtesy of a cop car and made him sweat it out in a box for an hour before interviewing him. "Do you have a temper, Danny?" She hovered over him while he fidgeted. "Ellie was a bitch that day, wasn't she? I totally understand. She made you feel like shit because you had to work." She laid into him until he quaked uncontrollably and slammed his fists on the table. "I was there," he wildly spat out. "I went to the motel. And you're right, she had picked a fight with me that day. I sat in the parking lot, got out of my car, got back in and drove home. And I thought, fuck this. Fuck her." He started crying and wiped the tears furiously away. "Oh, God. Oh, God." He'd hyperventilated, his whole body lost in a shudder. "Forgive me. If she'd been with me, none of this would have happened." Chelsey had broken him that day, ripped part of his boyhood away. And that's what he'd been. A kid. A confused, sorry kid who blamed himself. Still, she could not bring herself to apologize. In quieter moments, she had examined what drove her to such desperation, and the answer quickly became clear. Oscar Swan. Lydia's killer. Everyone thought Oscar was such a nice guy, that he couldn't harm a fly, that he couldn't be capable of such a heinous act. Chelsey's eyes flick to Danny as she pours creamer into her cup. Yes, 2 years ago she'd changed him. She deserves all of his ire, his blame. "Heard you saw Ellie last night." "So?" "So?" Chelsey repeats slowly, tapping the spoon against the cup. "I'm wondering if she said anything to you." She pauses. "And I'm wondering if you might be able to keep an eye on her for me." "You want me to spy on her?" Danny snorts. "You're a piece of work, aren't you?" He settles his elbows on the bar until he's eye level with Chelsey. "I know all about you." He stares at her long and hard. "Your sister went missing when she was in high school." Usually when people mention Lydia, their eyes glitter with pity and sympathy. But Danny sharpen with anger. "Your parents offered a $500,000 reward. What was it like having all that money? All those resources? Precincts at your disposal?" He straightens, using his towel to dry some glasses behind the bar. "A statewide search? Helicopters canvassing the forests? A national press conference?" Another stab of guilt. It is true. Lydia benefited from everything Ellie and other girls did not. Lydia had been young and white and well off. Her father had set up a command center in his office, tugging on all his political connections to find Lydia. Money poured in from anonymous donors. News reporters created moving biopics of Lydia's life. 48 hours of constant coverage ending in a helicopter hovering over the crash site. The story after that centered on Oscar Swan, the boy next door turned killer. How could no one have seen this coming? Ellie's case hadn't received 1/10 of the attention Lydia's did. No benefactors, no political favors. Chelsey faces off with Danny, keeping her expression purposefully blank. Just then, her phone flashes with a text. It's Noah. "I'm at the townhouse. Are you on your way?" Shit. Her promise to Noah. She'd forgotten. She taps out a quick text. "I'm sorry. Coming right now." "You know this coffee is terrible." Chelsey pushes the mug back toward Danny, liquid splashing over the rim. "You still have to pay," Danny says, dumping the coffee into the sink behind the bar. Chelsey's phone buzzes again. Not Noah this time, but the lab. "I have to go." Chelsey pulls out a 20 and leaves it on the bar. "Don't be afraid to be a stranger," Danny calls out. "Detective Calhoun." She answers her phone, the wooden door of the fish trap swinging shut behind her. "Detective Calhoun, Tech Kinsley here." The coming evening is laden with cool, wet air. Main Street is quiet. A plastic bag blows down the sidewalk. "You got the blood DNA from the sweatshirt?" Chelsey pauses next to a maroon sedan with an old Vote for Pike election sticker on the back windshield. "Yeah," the tech draws out the word. "A mixture of DNA was found, actually male and female. Neither are a match for Gabrielle Barlow." "No?" Chelsey's mind spins. Not Gabby's blood. She'd been so sure. If not Gabby's, then whose? Another victim? Their abductor? Nope, Kinsley says. But we got a hit on an inmate at Riverbank Correctional in Philadelphia. He's on year 15 of a 20-year sentence. His name is Timothy Salt. He's been in for 15 years? She's unable to conceal her distress, her confusion, that the ground feels as if it's giving way beneath her. All these tiny earthquakes, and she cannot help but picture a pair of ghost hands holding Chelsey like a rag doll and shaking. If Timothy Salt has been incarcerated for 15 years, he can't be responsible for Gabby's death, for Ellie's abduction. Yep, but it's only a partial match, Kinsley adds. Someone related to him, then. Send me the full report, Chelsey says, and hangs up. Family, Chelsey concludes. She needs to look at Salt's family. She closes her eyes for a beat, letting her body reset, allowing the coldness of the air to recharge her. In her mind, the investigation shifts. A new form taking shape, another tunnel to be dug, another cavern to be explored. Noah will have to wait.
6. Time as I'd known it ceased to exist. We measured the days by the sun inching across the sky, the nights by the changing moon, the hours by David. He liked his girls to be on a schedule. We bathed in the creek every morning and spread peach lotion from a glittery bottle onto our limbs. We were allowed to use the bathroom 3 times a day. David did not let us cut our hair. He made us keep our nails nice with a file. He told us to smile, to say thank you, to be happy, joyful, content. He had rescued us from a world that did not want us. Weren't we lucky girls? Wasn't he a lucky man? It's my turn with David soon, I said to Hope. We were on our knees, scrubbing the dog kennels. I wiped my brow with my forearm. Even in the shade, the heat was stifling. Every 4th night, David visited me. He liked for me to say certain words while I softly scratched his back. Whispers into the night. No, I would never leave him. Yes, I would always stay. I learned to go away in my head. We all had our ways of coping. Hope would refuse to eat or would throw up her food. Charity would scream in the middle of the night and keep us awake. I need more seeds. We're running out, Hope said, bending and using a bristle brush on the side of a metal kennel. We won't last the rest of the summer. I hung my head and touched my stomach, thinking about a baby in there. Hope said another girl before me got pregnant, but the baby got stuck and they didn't make it. I inhaled and stared at the grounds, at the silo where David kept his guns locked up, at the garden we'd planted a few months ago. Not much had come up. A few thin carrots, heads of lettuce that some creature immediately ate, a patch of strawberries consumed by a swarm of bugs. David fancied himself an outdoorsman. The truth was, he was a terrible survivalist. We ran out of food often. Nobody knew how to start a fire without a lighter, and all the shelters leaked when it rained. Michael came and went. Sometimes we wouldn't see him for a few days, and I wondered if he had another life. A job. A wife and kids somewhere whom he'd kissed goodbye, lunchbox in hand before going off to work, to torture us. He'd bring back canned food and gasoline for the generator, and once, a deer carcass. David said he'd shot the animal with a bow and arrow. We could try growing them, I offered. One of the dogs lay with her pups under a maple tree. She'd had the litter a few weeks ago. She'd nipped at David once, and I thought he might shoot her. But he'd smiled. She's just doing her job, he said. Mothers are supposed to protect their young. Hope mopped at her brow. She refused to stop wearing the University of Washington volleyball sweatshirt, even though we had other clothes. It was soaked in the armpits, but it kept her skin safe from the sun, from cooking like an egg yolk in a hot pan. Too dangerous. I dumped a bucket of water from the creek on my kennel. We can make it look like they're growing wild. Too risky. I stopped. Just listen. No. She moved down to the next kennel. Minutes ticked by. How would we do it? She asked quietly. I hurried to answer. We can make it look like they're growing wild, I repeated. If we work together, we can plant them, and then we'll have seeds for the whole winter. Yeah. Hope stilled, head down. Yeah, okay. Let's try. I nodded gravely. So did Hope. By the end of the day, we'd finished the kennels, and we had a plan. The next day, Charity and I gathered kindling, and we scoped out places where we could scatter the seeds. A meadow, at the base of a copse of trees. Farther down the creek, seeds could be folded in among the rocks, where the water would trickle and drench the roots. The day after, we set to secretly planting, one of us keeping a lookout while the other loosened the soil to place one of the precious seeds in the ground. Then we waited. We checked them as often as we could. Nothing grew near the copse of trees, or the meadow. But one day, Charity returned from washing at the creek, a grin twitching at the corners of her mouth. They're growing there, she'd whispered in an excited rush. That night, we all shared secret smiles during dinner. It was easy, almost effortless, like stepping from a cliff into a free fall. Near the end of summer, there were full blooms. As soon as one sprouted its lacy head, we plucked it up and harvested the seeds. By the time the trees had changed colors and lost their leaves, we had enough seeds for the winter, and to save for planting again. We built a big fire that night to ward off the cold. Charity rubbed her arms and leaned into the fire. I'd do anything for some of that generator heat. David slept on the other side of the compound, in a room that overlooked everything. I could see it from my prison at night. He and Serendipity had electricity up there, a heater, and television. David liked Western movies, cowboys and Indians, that type of thing. There'd be popping sounds, horses neighing against the black of the night, mingled with our weeping. I'd give anything for some real food, I volleyed back. Across the way, David and Serendipity ate separately. Sometimes Michael brought food from a deli. Serendipity would serve David, hovering over him, making sure his plate was full, a napkin within reach. That night, I salivated, watching the two of them share it, teeth ripping into cold chicken, nibbling on macaroni salad, lips greasy from a buttery, flaky roll. Charity stirred her gray porridge. Keeping her gaze downcast, she whispered, We did it. She smiled into her food. We actually did it. A thrill stabbed at my chest. Hope grinned, tucking her chin into her shoulder. I made us something. To celebrate. She pulled up the sleeve of her shirt, where there were little pieces of rope braided and tied around her wrist. She untied two and handed one to each of us. Friendship bracelets. Friendship. The word looped around in my throat, and I blinked away fresh tears. I hadn't had many friends back in Coldwell. I used to have like 50 of them stacked up to my elbow, Hope said as we tied them around our wrists. Warmth crept into her voice. My sister and I made them for each other. I had a sister, too, I offered solemnly. She was pregnant. Sam had probably had the baby by then. I wondered if my family still thought of me, or if I'd been forgotten. It was easy to think that I had been. I was so far removed from the world. David had said I was a mistake. Don't you think if your parents wanted you, they'd have found you by now? He'd said one night. I'm an only child, Charity said, but I always wanted a sibling. Hope sat in the middle of us, and she put her hands down on the log, palms up. Sisters, she said, wiggling her fingers. Charity and I placed our hands in hers. We held on for a moment, fingers intertwined. thinking we might survive if we had each other. We didn't stay like that for long, though. We couldn't. David and Serendipity didn't like it when we acted too close. One of them would swoop in to separate us. So, we released each other, but the sensation stayed like a warm blanket had been draped over us. And that's how it started. For 10 whole